Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Peale Conference, Beyond Self-Care, Holistic Approaches to Preventing Burnout and Promoting Flourishing Among Helping Professionals. We have over 600 people joining online today from around the US and countries around the world, as well as an in-person audience here in Boston. So welcome to each of you. This includes mental health professionals from diverse disciplines, as well as clergy and spiritual leaders, chaplains, students and trainees, and others in helping roles. I'm Dr. Laura Captari, and as we get started, I just want to go over a few housekeeping items to orient you to our day together. This information will also be reiterated on slides that will be up over the breaks. So the schedule for the day, as well as all presenters' slides, have been sent to you by email. So please refer to those as you find it helpful. We've really tried to be thoughtful in the way we construct today with a hybrid group of attendees from all over. And so we have built in ample time for reflection, dialogue, and taking up questions from each of you. You can use the Q&A function at any point throughout the day to submit questions as they're coming to mind. And we'll have time set aside in the morning as well as throughout the afternoon to really dig into practical applications. So please know we've received your questions. We'll be pulling them together, collating them, and thank you for your participation and sharing your thoughts and perspectives. Now, if you're joining us from a substantially different time zone than here in Boston, you'll be happy to know that we are recording this entire conference, and it will be available on our website in the coming weeks. So if you need to go get some sleep, please go and do that. Also, if you are a mental health professional who's joining us today, and you've registered and paid for CEs, there's 3 things to keep in mind. First, make sure you're logged on and present with us all day. Our admin staff will be verifying attendance using metadata. And then at the end of the conference, look out for an email. This will have a quiz you'll need to complete covering key areas that we've discussed. And just make sure you complete that before Monday, November 11th. You'll need to get at least 75% on the quiz. And also with that email form, you will have a CE evaluation feedback to put in. Just also make sure you fill that out by Monday, November 11th. And we thank you for your feedback so we can make our trainings and conferences the best experience possible. Now, if you didn't register for CEs, but you're sitting here and you're really interested in getting them, it's not too late. What you'll need to do is call our office on Monday. That number is in the slide you'll see over break. All of our staff is here today, so we won't be able to take your call today. But you can call Monday and just let the staff know that you would like to register for CEs for this event. With that, really excited to welcome you all here. And at this time, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Stephen Sandage, our research director.
Welcome. I'm Steve Sandage. I'm the Danielson Professor of Psychology of Religion and Theology at Boston University. And as Laura mentioned, research director and a staff psychologist at the Danielson Institute. And we're so appreciative that you are wanting to be part of this conversation about a move beyond self-care towards more holistic flourishing among helping professionals. This conference is part of a larger grant project generously supported by the Peale Foundation, focused on preventing burnout and promoting flourishing among clergy, chaplains, and mental health professionals. Professional caregiving roles have always been challenging. I think those of us who choose these fields know that as we go into it. And yet there's an emerging body of research that really clarifies some of the risks for burnout, trauma, and various other struggles that we face as mental health professionals and in our wider fields. And there are important emerging questions about the possible strategies that we could engage in as communities to actually try to facilitate greater flourishing among mental health professionals. And so we want to consider both some of those risks, challenges, as well as pathways towards flourishing and thriving in these fields for those folks who play these crucial roles in our community. I trust you're here today because you have some level of interest in these questions and share these concerns. At Danielson, we recognize at this moment, this is a tremendous time of stress, turbulence, uncertainty, and widespread suffering, not only throughout our country, but the wider world. And in light of that, it could feel kind of limited to consider these issues with these wider global realities. But at the same time, our sense is that this is an important time to think about the stress, the suffering, the potential growth and well-being of those leaders who enter into the trenches of human suffering and really contribute to healing and growth in our communities. So we want to give that focus here today. Over the course of today, you'll hear from a diverse interdisciplinary team of presenters and conversation partners inviting critical reflection, engagement with research, and drawing on practical and personal experiences to consider how these issues play out in the front lines of the helping professionals. We intend to name many of the challenges and problems and try to reflect on those, consider ways of promoting flourishing among helping professionals, and consistent with our Danielson values, you'll hear us engage spiritual dynamics, existential concerns, relational and systemic considerations, and social justice perspectives throughout our conversations today. We know there's not easy solutions to these issues, but our goal today is to dialogue about the lived realities, to reflect on promising directions and strategies, and probably most of all, to build a network of folks who are concerned about these issues and who want to work towards constructive steps that we can take together across disciplines. So we invite you to join us in this process today. We hope you find ways to engage in helpful reflection for yourself, for your colleagues, for your communities. We invite you, as Laura mentioned, to bring your questions throughout the day. And we hope that this spurs a lot of good thinking, a lot of good action, and some good steps for each of you. So I'll give the first talk. We'll have a series of 3 presentations this morning, relatively brief, and then we'll engage in some dialogue and take questions. So this first talk, Beyond Self-Care, a new paradigm on burnout and flourishing among helping professionals, with funding not only from the Peale Foundation, but from a number of folks who've contributed to this work. And my goal for this talk is really to sort of name some of the major issues and perspectives and to lay those out, and that will provide a framework for many of the conversations throughout the day. And the main topic of this conference, I hope it's part of what caught your interest, beyond self-care. We want to, of course, affirm, I do personally, we do at Danielson, that self-care is deeply important. I practice self-care. We want to encourage that. And at the same time, when we think about the challenges of burnout in these fields and reflect on the way that self-care seems to often be held forth as a kind of singular response to the stress and risk of burnout in our fields, it could lead us to assume, actually, that there must be a really vast literature of research that shows self-care is helpful for preventing burnout. But that isn't the case, actually. There isn't a substantive literature that shows that. There actually isn't a tremendous amount of clarity in most of our fields about what self-care involves. And so while I think most of us in these fields would affirm the importance of it, it seems like there's important questions about what it actually involves at its best, and is it really individuals simply doing behaviors that is sufficient to deal with the risks for burnout, trauma, and various other struggles that we face with such deep and long-standing exposure to suffering that most of us get in these fields. So we actually do not want to discount self-care. We want to invite reflection beyond self-care, to consider some of the other dynamics, some of the other resources that we need to actually flourish in these fields. This is an article that Laura Captari and I did with The Conversation some months ago, and the title is really the main point here. This was a quote from one of the participants in our program to address these issues. "I love this work, but it's killing me." And I think that encapsulates some of what many of us feel in these vocations, that many of us really love this work, but it's tremendously taxing. And in too many cases, it can start to get the best of us at some point. So what are we talking about with some of these issues? Let's do some definitions and name some issues. Burnout, a topic that we use a lot. Really the most well-known theory of burnout, Maslach's theory, names 3 key dynamics that shape burnout: emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, which is kind of a fancy term for pulling back from our work, which can feel like a survival strategy at some points. A therapist in this valuable literature review by Yang and Hayes said, "I began to stop caring." That's a kind of hallmark of a certain depersonalization, to get a break from the stress of caring so much. And then the third element is a reduced sense of personal accomplishment. What is, I think, so unfortunate and striking, many of the folks I work with clinically have been in the helping professions over the years, these different fields, is when the stress, the exhaustion reaches a certain point, we actually really start to feel ineffective, and we might be less effective, but what's striking is the way that our subjective sense of our effectiveness probably often recedes before our performance dips. Some of the wider literature that is developing on burnout around the world is suggesting that this emotional and physical exhaustion may be the key dynamic that then promotes some of these other effects. And here's a faith leader in one of our studies who voiced this from a clergy perspective: how draining it is to always be or feel needed, that having 150 bosses is exhausting and complicated, that pastoral ministry is not at all what it was 20, 30, 40 years ago, that the expectation that, quote, church people have on pastors is absurd. This was coming from a Christian pastor representing one perspective. And I think that word absurd is particularly striking. It strikes, I think, an existential chord of those points where we wonder if our work is actually meaningful in any way. So burnout is one issue. The risks of trauma are being well discussed widely in our world and somewhat among the helping professions, but we want to promote more attention to that. I just want to give one example from some of our research with spiritual leaders. We first got interested in this work years ago when we kind of stumbled into it in a research consultation and noticed high rates of trauma symptoms among a group of clergy. Libby Ruffing from our team helped lead a study where we had replicated a look at that more intentionally with faith leaders across several different religious traditions. And we found that nearly 1/3 reported symptoms of post-traumatic stress at a clinical level, which is higher than post-deployment military personnel. So this is self-report. This doesn't mean they were diagnosable, but it is a very high level of trauma symptoms pre-COVID. This is going back a number of years. Among clergy, we had qualitative data that described a multitude of different stressors that were contributing to this. I think if you read the article, one of the themes of stress that stood out as just one among many, but a kind of striking one, was the amount of relational aggression that faith leaders felt like they experienced on the front lines of their work. But there were others as well. A lot of exposure to pain and suffering, a lot of situations that felt out of control. During COVID, we were involved in some research with seminary students, and using a widely used clinical PTSD screener, we found that 43% of those students reported a trauma background that would register as necessitating further assessment. We continue to see data that is in that range. So if we were to say that a third to 40% of folks in some of our helping professions might be experiencing trauma symptoms nearing a clinical level, I think that we should agree that's a very high level of vulnerability, and I think it invites questions about where do folks get support and help in dealing with that. Kristen Hydinger from our team led a systematic literature review about burnout and trauma risk factors among clergy and chaplains. We've also been doing that among mental health professionals. I'll comment a little bit later. One of the important things about the literature, and one of the key things we want to introduce today, is that we're trying to take a multi-dimensional framework. That's part of what Beyond Self-Care is. When you really look at the literature, and there really are hundreds of studies available on burnout among clergy, chaplains, and therapists. For clergy and chaplains, there were 4 studies that tested some kind of intervention, but dozens of studies that are documenting the problem. I've been in groups where folks are concerned about the fact that we've sort of documented the problem. Now we need to learn more about what we can actually do to make a difference. But a key to our perspective in making sense of this literature from the review is that there are risk factors at individual, relational, and systemic levels. We really can't afford to boil this down to just what is the individual helping professional doing in their own life around self-care. There are things that can make an impact there, but there are also relational dynamics that influence burnout and trauma risk. There's wider systemic factors that have to do with workplace dynamics, resources, racism, sexism, job ambiguity. Right? These systemic factors have not been well chronicled in relation to the problem, but they're there in the literature if we take a look. As one example, we think that systemic trauma really points to the need to think beyond self-care. Tiffany Williams has defined systemic trauma as contextual features of environments and institutions that give rise to trauma, maintain it, and impact post-traumatic responses. So we could think of racism, of sexism, of homophobia as other kinds of systemic injustice that don't only influence the folks that we try to help, they influence those of us who are in these fields. And there can be an intergenerational impact, the systemic trauma literature tells us. And that intergenerational impact can actually be within some of the organizations that we work in, right? So again, we want to encourage self-care, but realize that systemic trauma can eat self-care for lunch. These are wide dynamics that move beyond individual behaviors and require us thinking about the way we can restructure organizations and communities to promote flourishing. At another level, we could think of as relational and from our depth perspective, intrapsychic. We all bring a certain set of motivations to this work. And from a psychodynamic, reflective, contemplative perspective, we think it's important to find spaces in which I can reflect on that. One example that's described in the literature are rescuer fantasy motivations. I love this cartoon that reflects people gravitating to the book section on fixing others and how many of us have gone into these fields out of some sense of being pulled towards rescue. Guilty as charged here. There's important reasons for that in many cases. Sometimes that's a deep sense of compassion for suffering that comes out of our own experiences. Real strengths to that, but some complexities too, as we get into these fields and we find that there really is no shortage of the need for help, no shortage of the need for rescue. And there's ways that this can take on grandiose dynamics that may be problematic at some point. Perfectionism, extracting meaning from my level of self-sacrifice, ways family of origin dynamics get replicated in work. There's important issues for reflection there. For many of us, a sense of calling to the work is also a strength that has complexities. While a sense of meaning or calling can be related very much to a sense of well-being or flourishing in our work, there's now growing literature that invites us to think the way this could operate as a double-edged sword. If I find the meaning of my work so great that I can't actually pull back and set boundaries. There's really a brilliant little study on zookeepers by Bunderson and Thompson in 2009, I love, where they did a study with actual zookeepers and found that there was a very high level of meaning in the work for most zookeepers, which was also correlated with the willingness to sacrifice pay, personal time, and overworking out of a sense of moral duty. So it's a kind of a framing lesson about the ways that the meaning of our work can maybe lead us to tolerate conditions that are inequitable, to sacrifice some of the other resources we need in our lives. Beyond self-care also takes us to existential dimensions of our work. Gary Zhu's insightful piece, it's hard to find much existential engagement in the burnout literature, but Gary Zhu and colleagues consider burnout a spiritual or existential emergency. Not a sort of mistake, but actually drawing on many Eastern spiritual traditions, and I think we could find wisdom for this really in all the great spiritual and religious traditions, that symptoms of burnout might invite us to reflect on these deeper senses of meaning and how we respond to human vulnerability, not just the vulnerability of others, but our own. And to pay attention to ways existential issues come up in our lives in response to our work. A while back, I had in therapy a person from these fields, and I was so struck at one line they begin to use in describing the stress of their work. And the line was, "What's the point? What's the point?" Which finally, after 2 or 3 times, I remember it registering with me. That's actually an existential question. I'm a psychologist. That isn't totally in the psychology domain. What is the point of our work and what we're doing in the face of widespread suffering? Really is a deeper question. And it's a philosophical, it's a spiritual, it's a cultural traditions question. Psychology is not fully equipped to answer what is the point of trying to help human suffering when it's so pervasive. And I think that's, again, an important limitation of some of the approaches that we've been taking to these issues. What are the spaces in which I can become aware? This is classic existentialism, constructively aware that I'm starting to feel existential reverberations about the challenges of this work. And where can I find space to actually reflect on that and engage with others who won't simply tell me what the answer to that is, or tell me to just go for a workout and I'll quit worrying about what the point is. Right? Maybe I should go for a workout, but maybe that'll help me come back to these really big questions. And existential questions are multifaceted from those traditions. We know that for some of us it's issues of loss or a sense of meaninglessness. I was with a group of leaders some time back and kind of stumbled into the conversation about this, and it was a group I didn't know that well, so I wasn't going to invite in-depth processing in the moment. We didn't quite have time for that, but I found myself just asking a kind of a rhetorical question. Do you know what it's like to really work at something in the work that you're doing? Building a program or some kind of therapeutic approach, a clinic, an outreach, and to feel like it was really productive and good, and then have some systemic forces totally close it down and shut it down, go a totally different direction. And the point is, I wasn't really intending for us to process that, but the silent poignancy in the room sticks with me. People knew what that meant. I was looking around the room. These were not early career folks. And I was so struck that people knew that. So that's a kind of existential encounter in our work with loss, with the risk of meaninglessness. And so where do we draw a sense of fortitude, a sense of hopefulness, a sense of ability to continue on, when there really always is the risk that good work that we do can seem at least, undermined and taken away, right? These are great existential spiritual questions. The other themes on this slide: invisibility, isolation, engulfment, a sense of, do I have control or am I being controlled? Do I feel sort of colonized in my work by systemic unjust forces that control the way I'm able to do work? Of course, we have a widespread conversation about moral injury we'll probably hear more about today, but for some helping professionals, there are deep ethical, moral dilemmas that can generate guilt out of a sense that I can't always do the work in the way that I think is best. And again, I've highlighted this one, which I find so striking of absurdity, that at times the confluence of these various factors can raise a deep question about, is this work actually absurd? I don't ultimately myself believe it is, but I've had to contend with that many times. So really what we're doing through this conference and through the conversations is trying to invite a paradigm shift from self-care to formation. You'll hear more about that. And as I said before, self-care is well-intended, it's helpful. I think that I recommend it. I recommend we all be thoughtful of what we need to do in terms of self-care. But that discourse focuses primarily on external behaviors without exploring these internal pulls, the relational dynamics that come up in our work. It's really grounded in Eurocentric, individualistic understandings of personhood that suggest it's up to me as an individual to navigate these dynamics through my own stress management, individual strategies and behaviors. The discourse often doesn't ask questions about who are those I'm in relationship with, that I can process any of this with, what are the organizational dynamics in my clinic or my training program or my religious tradition or the hospital in which I'm a chaplain, or what are the wider systemic dynamics that set out the landscape for what I'm up against? And how do those forces feel about my self-care intentions? Again, sometimes even when we're really trying to take the steps we need to take, the systems around us find it hard to be patient and supportive of that. So the self-care discourse fails to account for the complexity of contextual and systemic contributors. And all this can compound the struggle by fueling internal attributions of failure. I do think I play a role of responsibility in my own well-being as a psychologist. I think it's good to own that. But the self-care sole focus really exonerates a lot of other factors at play and can contribute to any of us who are struggling, feeling that it's just due to my own personal failure. Through the formation program, CHRYSALIS, that we're working on at Danielson, you'll hear more about. We're grateful that many helping professionals are reaching out, looking for support, looking for relational spaces, looking for opportunities to reflect. But we also encounter a lot of folks who feel shame, who feel ambivalence, who wonder at some level without calling it that if they're worthy to access other resources. And we think that those kinds of internal and relational barriers are coming from a paradigm that is inadequate to deal with our current realities. Whether this has been more workable in the past or not is an interesting question for historical reflection, but the current realities seem to require a different paradigm, a different set of approaches for sustainability. We also want to highlight that the goal of just not being burnt out and traumatized is a rather low bar. While it's important, we think that we need a more nuanced and comprehensive framework to actually promote the flourishing of therapists, clergy, chaplains, and others in the helping professionals. So what do we mean by well-being or flourishing? Let's get that on the table. There's various definitions and approaches. This is one that we've utilized quite a bit at Danielson, a sense of eudaimonic well-being or flourishing, originally in Greek philosophical traditions, but taken up by many perspectives around the world. Carol Reif's groundbreaking work here I would commend, suggesting a number of different dimensions of flourishing, a sense of personal growth and development, personal meaning in life, vitality or happiness, healthy relationships, a sense of community contribution, self-acceptance, and agency as different aspects of what can contribute to flourishing. And as we assess ourselves in these areas, we may find that some elements are stronger than others, or perhaps we're feeling fairly low across the board or high across the board. But it's a multidimensional approach to flourishing. I've highlighted that personal growth and development one, which is a key part of the ancient concept of eudaimonia, in part because we're also curious about the way that sometimes gets left out of the equation of burnout and flourishing in the helping professions. I was very struck some time back going through a continuing ed workshop on the healthy workplace at the American Psychological Association. Two psychologists who had done tons of work in this area, and there was one little throwaway comment they made that I found so interesting. They said that opportunities for growth and development seem to be very poorly developed in the mental health sector for mental health professionals. The business world does this much better. They really try to get employees geared towards how they can grow and develop, but the mental health professionals don't seem to see this as that key to what they're doing. What an indicting comment from folks who had looked at the research very carefully. I'm not quite sure, those of you who work with clergy and chaplains, if you feel like there's more attention to that. My sense is that that dimension varies a great deal. There are some clinical organizations, some religious groups, some chaplain settings that probably do really invest in the growth and development of their folks, and others where that's lacking or missing or under-resourced for various complex reasons. But we think it might be underrated in relation to flourishing. We've been using this dual-factor mental health model, which suggests holistic well-being and symptoms of burnout or depression are actually moderately correlated, but actually also somewhat distinct. So just reducing burnout is not the same thing as increasing flourishing. There's a more complex relation. And with many of the studies we've been doing, we see a complex set of profiles when you put symptoms and well-being in an interaction. So the multidimensional formation-based approach that you're going to hear quite a bit about today has these kinds of working assumptions. Let me summarize a couple points as we wind down. That burnout and flourishing includes several dimensions obscured by a self-care focus. The existential and for some spiritual dimension is often overlooked. The relational dimension that also involves ways we relate to ourselves more deeply is often overlooked. The systemic, organizational, and equity social justice dimensions are too often overlooked. And what we're wanting to hold up is the value of this multidimensional framework for the conversation, that there's a lot of things going on with burnout and flourishing. It's also quite interesting if you look at the workplace literature, it's very hard for flourishing to transcend equity of pay. That's a kind of third dimension set of issues, right? It's really interesting. I learned a great deal from those workplace folks. If you ask folks how excited they are about a little bit of extra swag they got at work versus a raise, you can imagine which makes the more substantive impact on their sense of well-being in the workplace, and especially if you're from a marginalized community and feel like pay is inequitable for injustice reasons, that adds further to the challenges of well-being. The relational dynamics of our workplaces and opportunities to process these kinds of stresses are quite important, as well as these existential dimensions. We also want to suggest that helping professional well-being, actual work effectiveness, and the diversity climates, a systemic dimension, are much more interrelated than what we often hear talked about. That actually doing good work may require having a certain threshold of well-being and being in organization systemic contexts that we feel are responsive to our identities and our values. A couple final points to contribute to the conversation today. In 22-23, we did a national study of therapists, clergy, and chaplains, just over 300 participants. We did find significant risk for trauma, depression, and burnout. Again, I won't take time to delve into that. I want to highlight the other part of the equation, that we need to better understand the protective factors, the strengths that we can try to access at both individual and organizational levels. And some of the good news of this study is that we actually identified a good number of independent strengths or protective factors, meaning they weren't just all overlapping. Supportive management, capacities for self-compassion, which might be really worth reflecting on further among us helping professionals. I'm not sure that we regularly outperform our clients or parishioners on self-compassion. Humility, cultural humility, meaning, we already talked about that. Some healthy work-family boundaries, you're going to hear more about that today. Differentiation of self, a big factor in a lot of our research at Danielson that has these aspects of emotion regulation, clarity of self-identity, relational flexibility. These were all unique contributors to salutary outcomes for these helping professionals, which really suggests something hopeful here, that there's a number of different angles we could work to try to help organizations and individuals, not just individuals, but organizations, be characterized by some of these strengths. In a national study with seminary students during the pandemic, we also found that burnout risk was ameliorated by students reporting what we coded as sort of transformative experiences, and that big phrase, transformative experiences, boiled down to this. They found relational spaces where they could process complex emotions and how to make sense of the stress they were facing. For some of us here in the room or online, that doesn't sound like rocket science. When dealing with deep stress, we need relational spaces where we can process complex emotions. But what I would point out is that many of these students didn't find that, which showed their risks increasing over time, while other students did. That points, again, to what are the relational spaces available to us where we can process complex emotions with those who can handle that. And then finally, I want to note something that comes again from our Danielson Institute. We have done what we have called CERT training groups for many years with this acronym of spiritual, existential, religious, theological. The basics of this are just that we regularly have group spaces we use for training that are not about case consultation. They're not group therapy. They're something in between where we have an opportunity to process the existential, spiritual, cert dynamics related to the work that we're doing. And we have a literature on this. There's free videos on our website. My point isn't to hold this up per se as an option that would work in any context. It's more to again, push this question. Where do I find relational spaces where I can be honest about the existential, the emotional, the relational residue of the work that I'm doing? Have some opportunity for metabolizing that and reflecting on it, and learning from others who are dealing with it in different ways, other ways. It's probably hard for many in our fields to find relational spaces that can do just that. But we're eager to learn from those of you who are finding those kinds of spaces, who are finding other ways to achieve those outcomes, to hear over time from organizations who are implementing different kinds of versions of this and other approaches to address these issues of burnout and flourishing, including but beyond self-care. So I hope that you can make use of this research in these frames as we move through our day. And I'd like to invite Dr. Eric Brown, who will give our next presentation. Thank you.
Having a hard time finding the mouse here. So, all right.
Yes, we had this happen earlier. Bear with us, everyone. Just one moment. Elise, I think you cracked the code on this earlier. There we go. All right, she's got the magic.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
My name is Eric Brown, Dr. Eric Brown. I am a professor in the Master of Mental Health Counseling and Behavioral Medicine here at Boston University on the medical campus. Thankful to be here with you all. It was the summer of 2020, and while the country was reeling from COVID, the shutdowns, the economic recession, and heightened racial tensions, I was working with pastors all across the country as they were struggling with burnout and still reeling from political fallouts. And though I worked with pastors from different races and ethnicities, many of the pastors I worked with were Black or African American. All religious institutions, regardless of race or creed, they were hit hard during the lockdowns. But what I kept hearing from Black pastors was that many of them were operating on a shoestring budget before 2020. Keep in mind that the average church in the U.S. is only about 65 members. Most of their congregations didn't even have well-developed websites, much less cameras in the building to be able to broadcast their worship services live. And on top of this, Black pastors were dealing with a lot of death. You may remember during the first few years of COVID, Black persons were dying disproportionately as a result of COVID, as a result of pre-existing health issues, as a result of Black and brown persons being disproportionately represented on the front lines of work, and having greater mistrust of the COVID vaccine due to medical mistrust. And I kept hearing from these Black clergy persons, I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. And I'm a professor, and I did not have an answer. And I lost a lot of sleep. At the same time, as I'm working with these pastors in 2020 and 2021, I'm seeing clients. Many of them were black clients. And on any given week, I'm having these black clients wanting me to help them process their reactions to yet another viral video of a black killing. They wanted me to help them process the death of yet another family member. And what these clients wanted me to do was appropriate. It's the reason that I came into the field. But the reality was that I hadn't had time to process these videos. I hadn't had time to process the deaths occurring in my own family as a result of COVID. I had one close black friend, an excellent clinical psychologist. She lost 5 family members to COVID within 7 months. And another friend, counseling psychologist, he lost 3 family members within about the same period of time. And I remember wondering toward the end of 2020, is this what it felt like to be a clergy person or a therapist in New York City when the World Trade Center went down? You have people coming to you and you know they need you, but you have not had time to process these events yourself. It felt like being on a plane just spinning and spinning, and you know everyone is telling you, put your mask on first, then help others. But there weren't enough masks. And so you felt like you were doing these rhythms where you would take your mask, you would put it on your face, breathe, and then you would put it on theirs, and these rhythms going back and forth just to get what you needed in order to help others. So in 2021, myself and a couple of research partners, we created 2 different studies, one looking at personal and professional well-being of black mental health therapists, and another study looking at black church leaders, just to see how they were doing. We wanted to look at issues related to burnout, PTSD, secondary traumatic stress, and more specifically, racial trauma. And this is what we found. When it came to black mental health therapists, we found, of course, that the burnout scores were very high. This would have been true for any therapist, regardless of race, during this time. But the burnout scores of the black therapists, they were so high that we noticed their scores correlated with a lot of physical and mental illnesses, such as high blood pressure, strokes, heart disease, weakened immune systems. These burnout scores also correlated with depression, anxiety, and insomnia. We also measured their rates of racial trauma, and we compared those rates with a national sample of black Americans during COVID, and they were so much higher than the rates of racial trauma of the general black American population. In their racial traumas, the scores on average were 40% higher than the cutoff score of the scale that we used. The study with church leaders, we found much of the same, that 52% had moderate to high secondary traumatic stress. And as Steve said before, they were not diagnosed with PTSD, but the scale we used, it looked at PTSD symptoms as a result of journeying with people, right, who are suffering trauma. We found a few things. We used a measure that looks at religious coping. Our team, we wanted to call it intrapersonal theology. It's not the theology you're preaching or teaching on Sunday mornings. It's the theology, it's what you're saying to yourself about the way God is relating to you in the quiet moments, during stressful situations, during painful moments. And we found what you could expect to find, that those who believed during the hard seasons of life that God had abandoned them or that they were being punished, they were much more likely to have increased PTSD symptoms as well as secondary traumatic stress. Those during these hard moments believed that God graciously dwelt with them relationally, tended to suffer less. Those with higher PTSD symptoms and secondary traumatic stress symptoms, their interactions with the congregations were affected. Again, this isn't rocket science. We would assume these things. And we also found that those with higher PTSD symptoms and secondary traumatic stress symptoms, it affected. There was a correlation there between their symptoms and whether or not they felt support from their congregations. And we don't know what comes first. But this is cause for concern. When we talk about the wounds and the pains of these church leaders, those of us in this room, and I assume many of you online, we think of this concept entitled the wounded healers. And I should say two things we found in both of these studies was that these black healers, I'm just going to group them together as black healers, they lived with a very strong sense of calling to the black community. We were able to do interviews as well with black clergy as well as black mental health professionals. I mean, the calling, the strong sense of calling to be healers in the black community was so high that we wondered how much of this strong sense of calling may have contributed to their burnout and to their secondary traumatic stress. But what we also found was this. These black healers they intuitively knew that one of their most potent intervention tools, if I can use that language, was reflecting back their own experiences of racism to either their parishioners or their clients. So Carl Jung is usually credited with this concept of wounded healers as people who harness their personal experiences of pain, trauma, or adversity to cultivate empathy and insight. Cooper and Rosenthal said the wounded healer is not a recovered healer, but currently acutely vulnerable in the therapeutic encounter. The secret of healing is inside the wound. I've always appreciated this concept of wounded healer, but as I was reflecting on what we were hearing from these black healers, I wanted to find a source that I thought might capture these experiences of black persons who have experienced racial trauma who are trying to help others. And I thought about a patron saint of Boston University, right? Howard Thurman. Howard Thurman, it was November of 1959. He gave a sermon at Marsh Chapel, which is just a block over from where we are speaking this morning. And Thurman said this: "Sometimes it seems very clear to me that life deliberately places its hand upon a human being and releases upon that life some of its most violent moods, as if life decided that there is a human being who is worthy of the most powerful diatribes of violences that I can release upon the human being." Thurman grew up in a violently segregated South in the 40s and 50s. And what Thurman emphasizes here is he's not saying we need to go and look for trouble. You don't have to worry about that. He said just go on about your business. The suffering will come. He goes on to say this: and if they are worthy of it, if they're worthy of this suffering, there will be revealed in their encounter with the raw elements of the violences, reaches of meaning and depth of being that could be revealed in no other way. Now there may be dimensions of meaning and depth in human life that can only become manifest under this kind of oppression. This led Thurman to posit that he framed it as a ministry of pain, that pain itself has a ministry. The tutoring of the pain guides you in finding new and fresh ways to approximate it. You become sensitive to little things that you might not do to ease the pain here or to lift a little there. That you might do to ease the pain here or to lift a little here. You get fresh insights into the other person's life and meaning so that you can pick up on wavelengths that flow from them, of which you were not aware until you entered into the pain. Again, I think this is Thurman. He's trying to make sense. He's trying to make meaning of the pain that he and black people, our people, have experienced. And what we found in our studies is, again, these black healers, they knew the truth of this statement. And although they didn't use the term wounded healer, they were aware that their own experiences of racial pain was one of their most potent tools of healing that they could offer to their clients. So we interviewed 25 black counselors and psychologists who worked with at least some black clients, and they worked with those clients around issues of trauma. And when we asked them what interventions do they use to help their black clients work with racial trauma, the main intervention they used is not written anywhere in the literature, because all of the literature that talks about healing racial trauma is not written particularly for black therapists who work with black clients. And so the intervention they used, they named it as self-disclosure. They named it as self-disclosure, so we initially put that in the manuscript, but that phrase doesn't do justice to the ways they were leveraging their own pain on behalf of their clients. So we chose to use the term embodied witness. They were embodied witnesses, sharing in small doses the reality of their own pain in the service of these black clients. And the term embodied witness may sound beautiful, but this is extremely risky. Some of you may remember that Carl Jung felt that this type of opening oneself up in the service of others was potentially dangerous, because a word translated that he would have used, because the analyst is vulnerable to being, quote unquote, infected by the client's wounds and have their own wounds reopened. And I think this may be why we saw such high rates of PTSD, secondary traumatic stress, and racial trauma in our participants. These black healers had absorbed the pain of the black community, and again in small doses reflected this reality back to the clients, to their patients. When we interviewed clergy, they were doing the same for parishioners, to let them know that they were not alone. They were not crazy. But just as the clergy and the therapists were still standing, their clients could do the same. But I don't think the clients and the parishioners knew how deeply the healers were suffering. So all of this, of course, begs the question, what do these healers need in order to sustain them in their work? How can one live and work in this manner in a way that is sustainable? It begs the question, where do the healers go to be healed? We searched for answers to this in our studies, but I think the best illustration of this came from a conversation. He wasn't even a part of the study. Just a conversation was in my hometown in Texas with an older black pastor. It was during the fall of 2021. He was in his mid-60s, pastoring a church that was in a large historic building in a very large southern city. He was telling me that the church's membership had shrunk to a third of its size when he began to be the senior pastor 30 years prior, and it had shrunk to a third of its size before COVID. And of course, after the relatively brief lockdowns there, they had only gotten a third of attenders back. What struck me about him as we were talking was that despite all of this, he seemed to be doing okay. Actually, better than okay, he seemed to be thriving. And as he's talking to me about the anti-racist work the church was doing, some service in one of the public schools, he saw this look on my face. He knew I was confused. And he said, what's going on? I said, listen, I've been working with pastors for the past year and a half, and no one is doing well. I said, what are you doing? What's sustaining you? And so he told me a number of things. He said, listen, when everything shut down, he said, I started jogging. I never jogged before, but I kind of like it now. Right? He talked about nutrition. Talked about having a partner, a life partner that he was very thankful for, enjoying his kids. And I'm checking off all the boxes in my mind. Yes, 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 yes. And then he talked about this group of friends, a small group of friends who are also pastors, that he met 40 years ago in seminary. And they never lost touch. And they had this annual retreat that they would go to. They would go camping every year. And because they never lost touch, they would jump on group calls together, even before Zoom. When the shutdowns happened and Zoom kind of blew up, it was natural for them to jump on a call. And he said, Eric, this is a big reason I've been able to sustain the ministry that I have. He said it was on these Zoom calls that they did two things. They shared the pains and the suffering and the joys of both life and ministry, and they encouraged each other. As he was talking, I was thinking about my own life and what had sustained me. Back in 2019, I was beginning to experience some burnout, particularly in some clinical work. And I contacted two close friends who were also counselors. We were in the doctoral program together. And I said, hey, let's meet up. It was before Zoom. I forget what was before Zoom, but it was something cool. And, And so we got online once a month, and we shared life. And so when 2020 happened, we clung to those monthly meetings. They helped sustain me so much that in 2022, I contacted two other friends from my master's program. And I think it's something special about having people who knew you when you were just a student and they were students, right? Before the ordination, right? Before the license. And I said, hey, I'm meeting with two other people who you don't know, but how about us meet together once every 4 to 6 weeks? And we have clung to these meetings and these gatherings with these close friends where we can just be ourselves and talk about not just work, but life, what's really going on, but also process the unique struggles of our profession, has been an oasis for me. So I end by saying this. What do black healers need? We need what all healers need, regardless of race. We need each other. We need each other to routinely serve each other as being embodied witnesses to the strains and exhaustions of our unique callings. We need each other to bear witness to the various weights that we carry. And I do believe we can provide for each other what we so effectively provide for others who are under our care. Thank you. So we're going to have a 15-minute break, and we will come back together at 10:25. All right, so we'll...
All right, I think we're back. Welcome, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your break in the room here. There was lots of chatter. So wonderful to see people connecting as we were just hearing about the importance of those authentic relationships. So I'm Dr. Laura Captari. Again, I'm a licensed psychologist and academic researcher here at the Danielson Institute, and excited to take our conversation further, building on what we've heard so far this morning. Just a reminder, though, if you haven't already, feel free to drop your questions into the Q&A chat. We'll be gathering those together through the morning, and just after this presentation, we'll have a whole hour of group dialogue and Q&A, so we'd love to hear from you and what's coming up for you. So I am going to be speaking on a call to holistic formation, sharing a little bit about the CHRYSALIS framework that we've been developing as a group here, trying to take a really culturally responsive approach. My question that I'd like to begin with is for us to consider, what are we as people who help, as therapists, clergy, chaplains, and others? I invite you to consider these metaphors with me. Are we rather like plants, living things that each have distinct personalities, unique strengths and vulnerabilities, and thus each needing unique things to thrive in our work? I know my houseplants are that way. Some need more water, others need more sun, some need different soil, more sandy soil, and I am still in the process of figuring that out, how to help my different plants to thrive. Or are we more like finely tuned machines? Maybe let's think about a clock, constructed with precision, with gears or competencies that work in tandem to produce a consistent outcome, like the steady, consistent dinging of a clock on the hour. I think about the clock in my grandparents' house growing up and how I loved to watch my grandpa wind up that clock. Now, a clock needs attention, sure, right? But it very much is different than the attention we might give a plant. So for ourselves, do we need to be wound like a clock to keep doing this work? Or perhaps do we need to be watered more like plants? If we think about the current best practices in helping fields, there's a big focus on the acquisition of professional knowledge, skills, and competencies. By and large, it seems like the milieu around education and training honestly tends to presume that we are more like clocks than plants, that we can be assembled with particular knowledge, skills, competencies, and often doesn't pay as much attention to our personhood, the personhood of us as chaplains, therapists, or clergy. And we feel like that's a real problem, and that's what we're here to talk about and address today. Sure, there's a focus in our fields, in ethics codes, on personally monitoring stress impacts and taking corrective action to avoid compromising care. Self-care is put forth as an ethical imperative, but we actually now have considerable evidence from research that when any of us is under notable stress, we're not so good or reliable at monitoring how we're actually doing, right? We have blind spots. And we're seeing from research, too, that self-care, I won't ask for a show of hands, but it's often the first thing to fall away, right? When your life gets really busy, those practices you're trying to implement. And in situations of high stress, it's insufficient to really get at what we're experiencing and what we need. So from everything we know about human experience and how the healing work we do in our roles, how it unfolds in relationship, does it really make sense to approach training, when we're training folks to be helpers, like an assembly line, rather than, as we're trying to take up and grapple with today, looking at the layers and figuring out how to stay connected with our own humanness? And research is beginning to bear this out. What wisdom traditions across history have proposed that we as healers are more than a compilation of all of these skills, but rather we need to be relationally formed in ongoing ways as part of communities of practice. We were just hearing from Dr. Brown about some powerful examples during the pandemic. As far back as Aristotle, so if we go back almost 2,500 years ago, a delineation has been made between what we do and how we are to be. Both of them are useful questions, but we're noticing in our fields that most of the focus is on what to do. So self-care orients us to that question of what to do. And Aristotle talked about this as technique, right? Formation, on our call to formation with you all today, formation helps us delve deeper into grappling with who should I be in the particularities of a clinical moment, in the particularities of a spiritual care situation that feels tricky, in the particularities of interactions with my congregation when I'm facing a lot of pushback. So Aristotle distinguished between techne and what he called phronesis. And we're trying to pull back across history, not creating something new here, but inviting a shift in our fields beyond skills and competencies to trying to thoughtfully construct our identities and presence, recognizing this is not something that just happens in graduate training, but formation is about who we are and are becoming across every stage of our careers. So formation, let's go a little bit deeper into that and talk about that concept. We try to approach this really holistically, arguing that formation captures, like I said, who each of us is now and who we are becoming. And the idea of liminality or potential space is really powerful for us when we think about that developmental process in each of our lives that is unfolding, where we really can't separate the personal from the professional. So our formation includes many different dimensions, all the dimensions of who you are: psychological, emotional, relational, spiritual or existential, physical. And it does capture this lifelong journey of growth, development, and evolution. If you think about when you met with your first client, or you preached your first sermon, or you were standing by the bedside of someone who was facing death for the first time, and you think about where you are now in your career, you're in a different place. Your soul has been shaped and changed. It's not just a matter of competencies. And this framework is more resonant with indigenous knowledge, different spiritual wisdom traditions, and rites of passage. So let's take up a specific example. We've heard about secondary trauma, and I really want to focus in on vicarious traumatization, which is a little distinct. So this is the transformation that occurs as a result of our empathic engagement with trauma experiences, with suffering across our careers. How the work changes us, right? So this is distinct from PTSD symptoms. And this could include things like an altered experience of myself, a changing experience of my call, changing understandings of others, relationships, how the world works, human nature, maybe changes in my spiritual or existential beliefs, changes in how I perceive the future. So if you look over here on the right side of the screen, this is a wonderful resource from the book Trauma Stewardship, if you haven't heard of it. And it lays out the broad range of responses that can come up in us as humans when we're exposed to suffering in an ongoing way. So that could include everything from a pull toward grandiosity, an inflated view of ourselves, right? That pull, as Dr. Sandage was mentioning, to fix or help or rescue others. It could also be a kind of an internal collapse, feeling helpless, hopeless, this sense that when we are in broken systems, it can often feel like no matter what we do, it's not going to be enough. It's just a drop in the bucket of suffering. experiences like inability to listen, diminished creativity, maybe physical ailments we're experiencing, cynicism or jadedness in our work. So you can see it's a broad tent here if we're thinking about how the work might change us. There are many positive and rewarding ways that our work changes us, but this is really just focusing in on the risks for trauma impacts. So now my question to you is, think about your current self-care practices, right? Are those going to be sufficient to get ahead of some of this stuff that we know comes up in us because we're humans? Is it enough? So if you'll indulge me another metaphor, now imagine we're in the Arctic together, right? We're sailing along in a boat, and I spot an iceberg. Or to be more specific, I spot a little cap of ice above the water, right? We think about self-care as that little cap of ice above the water. It's real, it's meaningful, it's important. But if you just take a walk or drink a cup of coffee or tea, there's so much more under the surface that could be driving you or be a barrier to your flourishing. And so part of formation, we could really think about it as scuba diving, right? Anybody scuba dived before? I'm a little scared too, so I prefer this version of scuba diving. Going deeper, as you've heard this morning from Dr. Sandage and Dr. Brown, thinking about the things that drive and motivate us, right? Thinking about the personal strengths that could also operate as vulnerabilities in our work, things like a deep sense of calling or a propensity to self-sacrifice. I hope I'm not the only one that lives with that you always put other people first naturally rather than yourself, right? The systems we work in can really take advantage of that. So we're looking here with formation at the interplay between who I am, what I bring to this work, and how that actually is playing out in the workplace context that I'm in. And many of the workplaces we're in are really high need, where, you know, as much as we give, there can always be more, and that's a problem. So this invitation to formation is really an invitation to suit up with some of your buddies, to find people that you can scuba dive with, that you can go down more into the depths of who you are and begin to compassionately and critically reflect on what's going on here under the surface, rather than just putting self-care in your calendar and then noticing that it slips away. That's a real vulnerability for any of us. And this is why we created what we call the CHRYSALIS framework. So we've been developing this framework over the last several years coming out of the pandemic. That metaphor of a chrysalis from nature, I mentioned liminal transitional space earlier. That metaphor is really powerful for us, thinking about the need to be able to step back from the stress and busyness of your work, to tune in with, how am I doing? What am I carrying? You know, not just in my mind, but also in my body and in my soul. And importantly, to have this space as distinct, not only from your work, but ideally also your personal life. We're going to be talking this afternoon about couple and family considerations, and many of us are going home to packed lives, right? So having some kind of transitional space in between. So we found a way to make that idea of chrysalis into a metaphor. You'll see that into, well, it is a metaphor, but to make it into an acronym. Took a little creativity on the team here, and so that acronym captures the ethos of what we're going after here. You'll see that is catalyzing, helping professionals' resilience, vitality, spirituality, authentic living, and inner strength. So we're trying to integrate developmental, existential, strengths-based, and systemic understandings all within this one framework. Bringing a dual focus on promoting flourishing and addressing these risks for burnout, vicarious secondary trauma, and moral injury. Now, we currently have an RCT, and evaluating 2 8-week online program formats of CHRYSALIS. So we've been able to turn it into an online program that's available to folks anywhere across the US right now. And we're actually screening for our winter cohort. So just a quick side plug, if you find this interesting and you want to go deeper, definitely fill out the interest form. The information is in the slides that show up on breaks. Somebody on our team will follow up with you. We're finding really promising early results out of that program in that folks from these different helping professions are being able to use this space to be able to scuba dive, to really go deeper and reflect on what they need as part of their ongoing formation. We also, as part of developing the CHRYSALIS framework, recently completed a national study across the US of clergy, chaplains, and therapists. And we took a mixed method approach there to really try to hear more from people directly coming out of the pandemic. What are you experiencing and what do you need? And this is just a high-level snapshot of some things that are coming out. We're seeing that it's not just about being a helper. There are a lot of interrelated contextual factors that can, if we don't pay attention to it, create a perfect storm for burnout and trauma. So if we start on the top left here of this visual, certainly there are some aspects of our work that are emotionally taxing. When you have acute or complex cases that are high acuity, if you're in a role where you're bearing witness to severe trauma, chronic suffering, working with people that sometimes aren't getting better because of the limitations of their condition. Also, if you're in a place where you are making decisions in high stakes moments, whether that's a clinical situation or you're at a bedside or in your congregation, you're having to make decisions for those you're leading. There's also workplace dynamics and expectations that play a big role here. And a lot of our participants named pretty egregious things they had experienced in their careers, where they felt like their needs and bandwidth were totally neglected. Some had experienced institutional betrayal or felt like their hands were tied to actually provide ethical care because of policies and barriers in their workplace. We've got, for sure, higher level systemic and societal pressures in our world. Some people talked about a sense of precarity in their job. Definitely navigating polarization. We see that all around us. Especially for clergy and chaplains, there was often the expectation of being an exemplar. This also happens sometimes for us as therapists, right? Where you're supposed to be different. You're not supposed to struggle or have a bad day or be human. And that's tough, right? When you feel like you can't show up as a human. And then, as Dr. Sandage mentioned earlier, inequity in pay and benefits can be a real barrier to flourishing. Now, on top of all that, we are human beings who have personal lives, right? We bring personalities to this work. Some of those traits that bring us to these fields can be vulnerabilities like perfectionism, self-sacrifice. We have family roles and responsibilities. We experience trauma and grief in our own lives, not just in our work. And there's often stigma about seeking care, right? If you are supposed to be an exemplar, to seek out therapy or to seek out support can be exceedingly difficult, not to mention often the money involved. So one of the encouraging things we're seeing in the literature is that there's growing evidence that proactively cultivating strengths can help us counter some of these vulnerabilities. A recent scoping review that my colleagues and I have worked on with almost 10,000 helping professionals documented this link between cultivating strengths and being able to buffer against risks for burnout and trauma and contribute to flourishing. Now, it's interesting because most of the research has focused on a couple areas, mindfulness being one of them, also self-compassion, a little bit of focus on humility, the importance of cultivating secure attachment within ourselves, being able to process and regulate difficult emotion. Empathy is a big one, right? Many of us who come to these fields are naturally deeply empathic people. And what's important to notice here is these strengths do not always necessarily correlate with a sense of flourishing. For example, empathy, if it is not paired with differentiation of self, can actually be fusing with clients or parishioners' experience, right? Over-identifying with them in a way that's not good for us. So there's nuance here. We're not saying that more is always better of something, but there's an invitation here to think about strengths within your cultural or spiritual context you might embody to help counter some of these risks we've heard about this morning. Now, most of the research so far has focused on a single area, right? Just measuring like one strength. But in reality, all of these strengths that we're going to delve into a little bit more are operating in tandem with each other, and we need wisdom to figure out the right action in the right context. So with the CHRYSALIS framework, we're really trying to lean into a more constructivist and intersubjective vantage point. And that's what we want to invite each of you to today, to think about who you are, what you bring to this work, and how you're wired, right? The workplace context you're in, and what you might draw from. We recognize that strengths are embedded and embodied within each of our contexts in unique ways. And general recommendations, like take care of yourself, totally fail to account for these particularities of who we are, right? Our positionality, our social location, our experiences of marginalization or privilege, our diverse life experiences in our personal lives. So with the CHRYSALIS framework, we've laid out 5 broad domains of strengths that you might draw from to help counter some of the risks you're experiencing. So we start in the top left here. We could think about processing strengths, capacities, and spaces. And spaces, that language is really important because we don't take up these strengths or values in isolation, right? You might think, if you're a supervisor, a teacher, or an administrator, how could I foster some of this ethos in the workplace that I'm creating for my employees? So processing strengths, capacities, spaces, they support us in holding complexity and metabolizing exposure to trauma and suffering. Some examples here would be honoring our emotions, especially around grief and mourning, embracing a sense of mystery and not knowing, and perspective taking. What are the frameworks, the practices that help us to make sense of or hold what we can't make sense of in our work? Relational strengths and capacities keep us connected with our own humanness and that of other people that we're trying to provide care to. And this is really important to help counter the depersonalization we heard about earlier today, right? Where your training might have oriented you to be a little bit like a machine, and the expectations at your work are reinforcing that depersonalization. Relational strengths might include, and these examples I'm sharing are not exhaustive, but a few would be cultivating self-compassion, differentiation of self, a sense of humility that can counter those fantasies that can come up about wanting to rescue or fix or heal, staying connected to our own pain, as Dr. Brown shared with us, and figuring out how to turn the same love and care that we embody toward others, toward ourselves. We are human beings too. And being in relational spaces where people are embodying that for us, and we don't need to take care of them. Many of our caregiving relationships are not mutual, right, by their very nature. Vitalizing strengths really tap into those things that catalyze your sense of motivation, energy, and passion. This is really important because we all experience moments of exhaustion, right, and jadedness. So things like joy, what do you draw from to experience joy in your life? And that is not divorced from the pain you're carrying, right? Creativity, humor, playfulness, hope. These are things we could proactively seek to cultivate in ourselves and in our workplaces. And then orienting strengths and capacities. What do you draw from when you're in the midst of chaos, when you feel disoriented, when there's this tyranny of the urgent and you're running from one fire to the next trying to put them out? What can you tap into that is deeper than that? Things like curiosity. It's hard to be anxious and curious at the same time. A sense of integrity. Am I operating out of my integrity? Purpose, wisdom, rest. What are those things that can reorient us when we're getting disoriented? And finally, agentic strengths, capacity, spaces. So this domain really looks at those things that can fortify and strengthen us in the face of pressure, when we're experiencing pushback or oppression. So we might draw from courage. We might tap into justice. We might breathe with patience while we're also trying to embody fortitude. And all of that can work together collectively as part of resistance against oppression. So we think about these 5 domains as in constant dialogue with each other, and recognize that for each of you, you might need something different, and it might change from day to day. So the invitation here, and my question to you all, is to think about how you might embody this ethos practically. We could think about it as both an individual and a communal, organizational menu of sorts. It orients us upstream of burnout, upstream of feeling traumatized, so that we can really go deeper and try to proactively cultivate things in ourselves and in our workplaces to address these challenges. It deepens the conversation, right? Beyond self-care behaviors alone, and looks at what are those things that are fueling or a barrier to you actually nurturing and caring for yourself, whether internal barriers or structural organizational barriers. So we would invite you as we move through the day to hold this heuristic in mind. Think about particular challenges you're experiencing, what feels heavy or hard, where you feel stuck. And wisdom, if we go back to that idea from Aristotle of phronesis, it's really critical to navigate the particularities of when you might draw from which of these domains, as well as the complexity of considering multiple domains at the same time. So for example, if you often experience oppression because of your identities that are marginalized, humility might not be quite so salient to you. You might need to draw from some courage and fortitude and stay connected with others relationally to meet the challenges you're experiencing. Maybe for others, cultivating a sense of gratitude that is deeply connected with processing and grieving what's hard, what we can't change, is where you'll feel a lift or a change in your well-being. So you've heard a lot from us this morning, and we really want to move into a time of dialogue. I wonder what so far our conversation might have sparked for you. What feels alive, what's hitting home, and how do you see these areas as relevant in your life, in your work? With this idea of formation, we're really trying to bring together the personal and the professional. So for those of you online, if you haven't already, please drop in your questions, the Q&A, and I'll now invite the panel to come join me, and we'll take up some of the particularities of this together.
Well, I'm excited to bring a couple new conversation partners into the dialogue with us. Chaplain Priya Amaresh serves as Hindu chaplain at Duke University. She's on the board of the North American Hindu Chaplains Association, helping lead the vision of pastoral care and spiritual growth among Hindu practitioners in various contexts. Her background includes a master's degree in education from the University of Michigan and certification in Hatha Yoga. As an educator, she has enjoyed teaching virtues and values extolled in Hindu scriptures to students of all ages. Thank you for being with us. Yeah. And Dr. Choe Hyun is Clinical Associate Professor of Practical Theology and Director of the Anna Howard Shaw Center at Boston University School of Theology. She's an ordained clergy in the Presbyterian Church USA. She's a scholar who has great interests on race and gender in the areas of post-colonial studies, immigrant studies, and leadership studies. She's always excited to teach. She offers suffering and healing, gender, culture, and transformative leadership classes even this academic year. So thank you for being with us. Let me pose a question to open up to each of you. I'll start with you, Priya, and then turn to you, Hyun. As the two of you listen to the presentations this morning, what are your reflections about these dynamics of burnout and flourishing among the helping professionals you see, particularly in your own disciplinary contexts? And what's come to mind and come to the forefront as things that you maybe found resonance with, or things that weren't named that you think we need to bring into the dialogue and discussion? And let me start first.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. It could be a very isolating experience being a chaplain if you don't have the network of other chaplains there with you to understand what you're going through. So as Dr. Brown was sharing about that community of chaplains who we meet up regularly, monthly, which allows us to share what we're going through, what experiences we're having. I'm particularly in the university setting, so I meet with chaplains at the university, different faiths. We come together, and I think each of us are trying to uphold our spaces, our faith groups, and to bring in students to understand how we can support them. Their issues are generally in the academic setting, the stress they go through, the overwhelmingness of just living in their social groups, the challenges of competitiveness. They're feeling less than, feeling not worthy of where they are, all of those things that they bring to us. How, as spiritual caretakers from our faiths, we can use our teachings, our scriptures, to help them understand that this is just a temporary experience that you're going through, and to allow them to share, know that their experiences are valid, and that our scriptures give us some guidance, like just allow us to come together, allow us to share together, and use these teachings to uphold the values and the virtues of, we have strength, we have courage to overcome the immediate sensation of feeling down and depressed and lonely and isolated. And if we come together in what we call a satsang, which is a gathering of like-mindedness, that we're all trying to search for and gather the truth. What is our real purpose of being here, and how we can overcome these things? So that coming together of like-minded, as Dr. Brown was sharing, as well as Dr. Sandage, all of that trauma that is experienced I'm again referring to university setting students, there is a lot of isolation that they feel. Everyone's living on their own little island, and they find it difficult to share because then they become competitive, and then they feel it's a space where they're intruding on somebody else's work, or their work towards achieving their goals, and they feel they may, be in that comparative mode. It doesn't feel comfortable. So, like you said, that just the experiencing of trauma within and how we can support them as chaplains is come to us to share and allow us to be there for you. And then all chaplains, we all experience the same amongst our own students that we're working with. And so giving them spaces, relational spaces, as you were suggesting, and knowing that if we come together, there's more strength in how to overcome some of the difficulties that challenges that they're having.
Thank you. Dr. Choe?
So I actually deeply think about this presentation, not only yesterday, but he gave me a homework to read something before even this conference. So I have a really deep thought about this one. And when I was young in Korea, I often heard this aphorism: if it is not possible, make it possible. I believe it originated from a motto that the first Korean Special Force Army Division created. In order to defend Korea from colonial power, every Korean actually bought this aphorism as their national spirit. So not only the army, but also many dictators, CEO, and politicians use this aphorism, this word, as a way to move other people to do more work and legitimately demand self-sacrifice without any compensation. I was raised and believed this aphorism as something that I must follow. So under this influence, I felt guilty even to think about self-care. Naming the burnout was not culturally allowed. So then, when I moved to the US, I heard another very famous aphorism: fake it until you make it. When I heard this word, I was so anxious. People are telling me that this is the way that I have to live now. I have to fake it until I make it. So until I make it, I cannot stop and rest. Until I become perfect in my job, teaching, publication, ministry, and administration, I'm not allowed to even think about self-care. Until I make it, I cannot complain my salary. Until I make it, it is necessary to sacrifice my personal time. Until I make it, overworking is the only way that I can make it if I do not want to fake it. So if I want to be genuine to myself, not fake it, I have to work harder. However, as a woman, first generation immigrant scholar, faculty administrator, and ordained clergy, I encountered double and triple standard. And I would never, ever feel that I could make it right. So, loss, invisibility, isolation, colonization, guilt, condemnation, whatever Dr. Sandage named, I'm all for it. I could not even agree more. So this presentation made me think, how can we deal with and or overcome these harmful colonial, capitalistic cultural influence and make a paradigm shift to create more existential and spiritual relational space? It challenges to me too much. I was actually experienced burnout right there. How can I create this relational space? And when I heard, Dr. Eric's presentation, and I thought, wow, he's so blessed and lucky to have those very creative and relational space. But how can I create it? And one of the compensation that I came up is there is another maybe self-sacrifice that I have to make, which means radical hospitality. In order to create that space, radical hospitality is needed. So that was one of the small conclusion that I tried to do and teach myself. Actually, I talk about the radical hospitality in my own class. That is the hardest topic to come up. And how can I explain this radical hospitality without self-sacrifice?
Thank you. Let's probe this a little further because the gender, the cultural, the marginalization implications of these issues in our systems are so pertinent to these issues of burnout, the questions of self-care, maybe the attractiveness of creating relational spaces, but these do require work and resources. What else do you all think we need to pay attention to about these diversity dynamics in relation to these issues that either haven't been named or we haven't sufficiently gotten a hold of.
Coming from the Indian community perspective, it's very separated. And so to bring our community together takes a little work because everybody has their different beliefs within a larger community. We identify as one, but within that one, there's many divisions. And so creating those divisions is not helping the next generation of youth that I am contending with in the university setting. And so it's identifying ourselves as one and knowing that we have similar issues to deal with as opposed to the divisions that we often see in our own Indian cultural community. There's, North Indian, South Indian, East and West. And everybody feels different and they're all catering to their own communities, if you will. So in the university setting, it's students of all different parts of India, all coming from the Indian diaspora all over the world. But everybody stays isolated because of where the experiences they come with. So when they come together, our understanding is that we're working towards oneness. We're working towards finding that unity in our beliefs. And so less burnout when you have that community sensation. That often tends to be in even other faiths I've come to understand. The denominations that I see in our university, we have 25 different chaplains at Duke University, which is incredible. But when we all come together, we're like, we're all pretty much wanting the same thing for each other. We want to support each other. We want our students to thrive. We want everybody to flourish in a happy, conducive way. But we first need to understand ourselves. And then when we understand ourselves, that we're not too different from those around us, there's more of a sense of unity and community coming together. So it is drawing together each other's strengths and strengthening our own community.
That's great. Others of you, what comes to mind as aspects of the challenges of this or the possibilities that haven't been named?
I was struck just by describing some of the cultural aphorisms, right, that developed as a result of oppression and marginalization. Right? So, two parents, they were both first-generation college students, both got graduate degrees by the time I was in the 4th grade. My mother is a 4'10" black woman with a very strong and fiery personality, who worked in the public school system, became a principal in a relatively small town in Texas. Okay. Had me and my sister, and they raised us to serve and to succeed. And so you do get those messages. You know, you have to work, injustice is going to happen, speak up when you can, but keep striving, keep striving. Once I became a professor, and I had a number of mentees who were 1.5 generation immigrants. Right? We heard some of those same stories. And there is a burden placed on you, right, when you grow up with these narratives, some of these aphorisms. But I think one of the challenges, both for me and for my students, is to say, okay, let's appreciate where these aphorisms come from, right? I mean, they are stories of survival. But some of these ways of being raised to survive and to quote unquote succeed, it can add a burden as well. So I appreciate you sharing that.
I'm really moved by the particularities of what each of you are sharing from your lived experience and cultural context. And it just reminds me of why we set out to try to create the CHRYSALIS framework as distinct from this paradigm around self-care, this kind of one size fits all. If you do this, you'll be good. Because what we see in conversations with people and in the research is that can actually make the loneliness worse. It can make the internal struggle, the sense of imposter syndrome worse. When I feel like I'm the problem, everyone else around me. And I think a couple of you named a sense of kind of competitiveness, comparing my inside to someone else's polished outside.
I was excited to see that you used the word eudaimonia. My daughter, as her senior thesis project, focused on eudaimonia. And that was the first time I came across that. I didn't know. But it was beautiful because I was always on her case about social media and being on her phone. And it was there she realized, yeah, this is how I am realizing what I am not. I can't be all these things that people are putting out there. And the virtues and the values that somebody sets as the ideal is not somebody else's ideals and virtues. And so how to recognize these differences. And so anyway, her paper was on that topic, and I was happy to see that word. I'm like, oh yeah. But it's truly like, finding the goodness, doing what is right. And that is the essence of our Hindu culture is dharma. Dharma means righteousness, how to live the right life with the right intentions and pursue righteousness. But again, it could be different for different people at different times in their life. And so it's nice to reflect on that.
I don't know why I have this reluctance to think about even self-care. But now the whole framework of what you're actually just introducing was, it's beyond self-care, all of you. And it was a little bit like overwhelming sense to me. It's like being treated as a forever foreigner in this country. I was told that I should appreciate what I really receive, never complain about the lack of appropriate paid. I should be just grateful to be here, allowed to be here in this space. And also, even if I experience institutional betrayal, I was told that I should blame my inability not to meet their standard. And Dr. Laura, you challenged me to rethink these colonial and also capitalistic communal trauma and recreate the liminal and the transitional space in my own Korean immigrant hybrid place. And I just look at myself, do I have even strength to do that? It is my job to do it. Is there someone else who could help me to do it? Right? Why it's always my responsibility to create this space? What if institutional, support just automatically comes? Should I work with AI to create this? How can I not to sacrifice myself again, but to create this, small liminal space as a creative space to move on and lift up my faith and also colleagueship or friendship to have a better creative space that I need to be in. And your framework of this like a processing, agentic, orienting, and relational and vitalizing space is a dream for me. And I really want to have it and reached out. So still I'm struggling. How can I lift up this small space into the better and bigger and more beautiful space to be? Thinking about, imagine the beautiful word, happiness.
It seems like a lot of people online are resonating with you, like hearing this, I'm hearing this collective longing for spaces to connect and to take this up together, because it's definitely not an individual project. What you named, we actually think about that, like the example that you should just be grateful to have a job or to be here. We talk about that actually as virtue bypass. That's not authentic engagement with gratitude. That's actually, minimization and denial being put on you.
Right, right.
Which is going to be very counter to your flourishing.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a lot being named here about like this cry for change being needed at a systemic level so that we can take up these areas collectively.
I'm seeing with a question that I'm pretty sure will come to us today from somewhere, which is flourishing too idealistic? Is that too high of a goal for those of us in these fields or those of us in certain contexts? So that's one question we could reflect on. And relatedly, why would it be in the best interests of the organizations that we find ourselves working in to actually go for that as a goal? It's a kind of a related set of questions that I would invite any of you to weigh in on. Are we aiming too high in going after this, or is there actually some wider way in which it would be good for us to have support so that it wasn't just on us as individuals to actually move that direction? I'd love to hear your thoughts about those issues.
I guess there's surviving, there's thriving, and there's flourishing. So, yes, flourishing is where we should be. How do we get there? It is, again, events like this, opportunities to meet and understand that this is what we need to work towards, flourishing, to be the best individuals that we can be. And, we're humans that have that capacity to evolve and grow, different from the animal world. So we have the brain capacity, the discriminating factor, ability to know what's right and wrong and how to uplift ourselves. It's only our mind that limits us, that keeps us from thriving or flourishing. And it is who we commune with, who we come together with and find that like-mindedness and know that, what we're doing is to support those around us. First, yes, we help ourselves become the better individuals, and so then our goal is to serve in the capacities the best that we can. So I would
You're
think
voting
that
for it.
flourish.
Yeah. What do the rest of you think?
I think it might depend on how we define flourishing. We're seeing from research that this is a really dynamic process. I think about my own life, and there are for sure moments of exhaustion, maybe some burnout. But even in the same day, there might be moments of flourishing. So that's what I'm orienting toward, is helping human beings and those of us in helping roles to find and cultivate those moments when we feel like we're flourishing, which is, as you said, distinct from just feeling happy, but feeling like we're living out our calling, we're connecting with others, we're contributing, and we're vitalized.
Actually, I'm with Dr. Laura, and surviving and flourishing are not two different things in my mind. I'm post-colonialist, so it's always like a coexistence. So the surviving in the mode that I have, but at the same time, I also want to flourish. So at the beginning, it's like more like a binary, but now I see it as a more like a process. Yeah, today, yes, I try to survive and try to be the helpful person to this person in a flourishing moment, but at the same time, I'm trying to survive, with myself. So it always coexists. So the flourishing and the surviving, and in the middle of resilience, is like connecting to both sides. So that is my imagination. Yeah.
I deeply appreciate that, because at least the research I was talking about, it was a very particular period, right, in American history, right, where at least Black Americans were suffering maybe more intensely than we have in maybe a few previous decades. So I do think that there are going to be seasons where survival is actually really good,
Yeah.
right? And I'm with you. I want the flourishing, but I have these students that I teach who keep reminding me some of this good stuff you're talking about sounds burdensome, you know? And so I'm trying to figure out a way to balance that. So I love this conversation about momentary flourishing, even in the midst of survival. And I feel like I just need to say something. One thing we found in our study of these black healers, and it's not just black therapists, other studies have found this, that master's level therapists tend to suffer more from burnout than doctoral level therapists. And in our study, the master's level therapists suffer not only more burnout than doctoral level therapists, but racial trauma as well. And we don't know exactly what that is. Steve and Laura, were on the paper with me, and Steve suggested it might be pay, right? You keep talking about finances, right? Mm-hmm. And so I do think that there are some systemic institutional restraints that bump up against a person being able to hit those levels of flourishing.
Mm-hmm. I teach in a master's program too. I was just talking with my students yesterday about what they feel is, not so much attention to formation. So I think too, when you've got 2 years to get your skills, competencies, it's hard to find those spaces to be a human being trying to figure out how to provide care to others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's something around the flourishing theme, too, that does get back to that point I was trying to invite about the opportunities for growth and development, even in our work, and how elusive that can be in some contexts where we feel like we can somehow get connected, exposed to fresh ideas and perspectives, especially right at our own growth edge. I can think of and the point about burnout that you can actually, the literature is very split. There's suggestions that early in your career there's a very high risk, and then there's other literature that points to later. And I think that's because it's an ongoing risk throughout our careers. I can think early in my career I worked in a place that we had peer consultation groups that kind of started to scare me because the conversation so often felt like, oh, you can't help everybody. Some clients are just impossible. You just have to do as good as you can. There wasn't a real stimulating, self-reflective, let's really think about this. And looking back, I think that folks were pretty burned out, and it wasn't an environment that was finding ways for curiosity and good dialogue. And fortunately, I have been in other places that are very much different than that. The work is stressful, but there are intentional spaces created for conversation, for reflection, for getting exposed to new ideas. So I continue to think that's a pretty underrated facet of all of this. And I'm curious why some systems find a way to it and some don't, some of its resources. But I think it's more than that. I think it's something about the ethos of these systems and whether that's seen as important. This other question of what could organizations do to help support more movement this direction, that's really one of the questions of the whole day. We'll continue to work with it this afternoon, but I'd love to hear your thoughts about, at the organizational level, what are some of the things that are needed?
And if we could just elevate some of our participants' voices, they're raising this question over and over again. How do we start creating organizational change when institutional leadership and structures are often treating us more like clocks than plants, right? So how do I create organizational change? And folks are naming also religious communities where many clergy are operating alone. Or, the space they're in isn't revenue generating if they're taking time to focus on formation. That doesn't bring in money. So several layers to that, but just wanted to link it, Dr. Sandage, with your question to us.
I'm a teacher by profession, and for 15 years teaching in the elementary, middle school levels and working amongst teachers, and spiritual healers, similar to teachers or any other profession for that matter, are all going through heaviness in their practices and their experiences, depending on, the time of the year or the time, it's very, it differentiates between, the communities, the groups, but that sense of burnout, how to overcome it even in the teaching world, it's definitely teachers coming together. It's leaders saying that, what your work is very worthwhile, and it's to compensate them adequately. It's to give them spaces to come and share the difficulties and challenges they're going through. It's creating space. It's creating a valid compensation. It's to make them feel worthwhile in the teaching world. In the healing space, much more similar, like when we come together, feeling that value in every person that we serve, every person that we talk to, that we are offering them something to help them come out of their difficult times or traumatic experiences. And my practice is definitely a yogic perspective, coming from the spiritual background with yoga. It's an awareness that we all, when we come together and we practice this holistic, body, mind, spirit, that allows us to remind ourselves where we are, what we can do for ourselves and for those around us. So the support of these type of practices, if we involve them in our organizational spaces, will help people come together and create that sense of community and knowing oneself and helping others.
And I gather you would say as an educator that those kinds of practices help learning.
Absolutely.
Right,
Yes,
which
yes.
is perhaps often
Yeah, and that's what's coming
underappreciated.
into classrooms now, the whole mindfulness practices and allowing students to take a moment, don't get caught up in all of the stresses around you, the competition around you, the comparativeness, and that feeling of less than. Mindfulness is a definite practice that has been incorporated into classrooms as well as in a lot of our gathering spaces, and opportunity to self-reflect and go within.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm thinking about systematic change. We often think that it's only from the top to down, and I'm actually thinking both ways. So from the top of leadership people should actually have some very intentional awareness of what people need. So the leadership positions, they have to make their own work to maybe change this structure, but at the same time, people who are in this hierarchy here as a mass, or a lot of the mass people, we also we have a power to also change this structure. The other, like last week, the president of BU sent out the whole required mandatory the sexual misconduct training. So I was so into it for about 3 hours. And one of the film shows that, okay, there is the guy who is very talented, but no one recognizes. And then there is this white woman boss, and who never actually recognized this African-American male person's gift. There is 2 other, maybe the younger step, who know what gift he has, but so the whole question was, what do you want to do in that situation? And I have to actually hit the right button to go to the next level. And one of them was, one of the strategy that they show is, oh, by the way, and then they stop the bus, and then actually stop the judgment that she has. But these 2 maybe people try to elaborate how amazing he was in this kind of different, the occasions. Then, yes, I hit the right answer, of course. So that was one of the maybe small the example that how we can, as a colleague, to support each other and aware of each person's of gift, and then not afraid to talk to the leadership position people. And then the people in the leadership position should actually listen to the people down, and the people in the, not the same position, and just to listen to what they have to say from the whole actually congregation or whole mass, and what they value these people, and then the people in the leadership position has to change their mind and look at their views. So it has to always go to the both direction, not only one direction. It's impossible to change the system without this mutual effort.
Seems like this is a good example of where, as we were talking about earlier, DEI work is, which in some of the trainings I've done in that area, I noticed some leaders think it's a good way to try to avoid lawsuits or that sort of thing, which really misses the point that sort of attention to diversity is about creating a climate and an ethos that can contribute to flourishing for all. And so there's a disjunct there too often about the need for that sort of diversity, sensitivity, and flourishing. As we've been involved in this project, I think I've been struck by it seems like a rather simple thing around leadership that I've gotten curious about and in conversations wondered and tried to interrogate myself about in my own domains of influence is what is our working model of flourishing in the workplace? And in different what's my own? And for leaders who are in a particular place, what is the working model of what that involves? What would promote that? What are the strategies? I actually wonder how frequently organizations and leaders have some working strategy. Now, it's a whole other question whether it's effective, but I think it's interesting that some contexts may be wrestling with this and others haven't quite seen that as part of the equation yet.
I am struck by research and what you're communicating, the importance of feeling appreciated, right? We underestimate how powerful that is. A few months ago, we were sitting with a consultant who pointed out, again, this is obvious, but the best predictor of the longevity and well-being of a clergy person is their relationship with lay leaders, right? I think about probably one of the healthiest clinical practices I was ever a part of was in Southeast Virginia at a community mental health clinic. They didn't have a lot of money, right? But the director was good at two things, getting grants, right? So she was able to lower people's caseload so it wasn't overwhelming. But she also created these peer supervision groups, right? So as you were saying before, it was built in. You had a space, to go and to share. But the other thing is she was great at creating a culture, and it went both ways, where even in the meetings, we would start out every meeting with gratitude and appreciations, and it created this culture where people could communicate that. And again, no one was making a lot of money, right? But people felt deeply appreciated, and I do think that is a significant factor in our own flourishing, that we actually need each other much more than we would like to admit, right? Much more than we would like to admit.
Yeah. Well, let's hear some of the questions that are coming in.
Yeah, if I could just say one thing in response to your question about flourishing, and I'm hearing you talk about longevity, and I'm aware we need more research documenting this, but my gut is, and I think there's some evidence showing that, in the clinic you worked in, right, that really focused, it sounds like, on the formation of their staff, there's going to be less turnover. And I would imagine that those clients receive a more effective treatment. That's right. So if we're talking about, someone had a question about how do we advocate for changes at an organizational level when this stuff, formation stuff, is not seen as revenue generating? I would actually argue it is, that it can be linked with less turnover of staff, not only in mental health settings, but also chaplain and clergy settings. When you really invest in helping people develop and have a sense of flourishing, that's got to be connected to the experience of care that clients, patients receive. And if any provider I'm working with, if I'm seeking care from them, if they're really burnt out That's going to be a different experience for me. If they're operating more like a machine,
Right.
then they may be able to like write a prescription for me. But as far as actually supporting my healing, it's going to be much harder for that to happen. So I think we can make some pretty powerful arguments around revenue when it comes to looking at patient-client care and looking at ways to reduce staff turnover. I know we have a lot of people at risk for leaving the fields that we're talking about today, and this is really, as one of my colleagues has put it, a public health problem, because we have people with higher levels of mental health distress, with big spiritual existential questions, and so we need helpers in order to be on the front lines of responding to that. So let's see what else is coming in. Lots of questions. So thank you for your engagement. We'll try to kind of coalesce some of the themes together here. There's a question around this concept of radical hospitality. Folks named, they found that really resonant and profound. And thinking about forces like colonialism, internalized capitalism, intersectionality, how might individuals with particularly marginalized identities and experiences of oppression. I'm also thinking about students who actually have very little social power when you're in training. How might they try to address burnout and find moments of flourishing? What resources could be helpful in these, particularly high risk subpopulations?
Unfortunately, on radical hospitality, you've written on that, Dr. Choe.
Wow. I think, the model of hospitality is really important in Christian tradition, in the Bible. And you try to cultivate that hospitality, even extend your hand to the even strangers. So but as a woman of color and also the immigrant in this place, I always struggle in between this hospitality and also the humility. And then there is another concept of confidence. And how can I live in this intersectionality of these all dynamics? How can I be still confident but still very humble and very hospitable while I'm so wounded inside and crying inside? Is it even possible? And the name that I made is like radical hospitality. Oh my God, I am so in trouble because that is the whole other level of the hospitality that the Bible or the Christian belief try to lift up. And is it the right one? And the model of that is Jesus always, of course. And is it the even model that we can even mimic? And my answer was actually no. But what if we do it at least once and then mimic even just once and see how much impact that we can make? The impact was sometimes not there immediately. So I got very, very frustrated. And I almost had to dismiss this concept. Radical hospitality? No. But when I think about this radical hospitality as a church in a communal context, then it can be very possible. So my problem was I always think about this concept as me as an individual person, but not as we as a communal people. So the radical hospitality has to be always communal. That is my actually suggestion. It should never be on some people's, even though Dr. Sandage is a great person, but should not be on his own, like individual shoulder. So everyone has to give the lift together. So in that sense, when I teach the leadership, people expect that it's all about the feminist collaborative leadership. And then what they found out was, oh, it's not all about that. Because I changed the concept or the framework of collaborative leadership in a very different way. So when we think about the collaborative leadership or collaborative work, it's not always like equal. So one person do this 1% and the other person do the 1% correctly. Sometimes it's not going to work because we have all different gifts. Sometimes it requires a little bit more of you than others in certain perspectives or certain amount of work in certain areas. So the proportionality is now a little bit more even important in terms of equity. Does it make sense? I don't know. I'm just like pulling out a lot of my concept from my teaching here.
I think this communal response seems really central to people experiencing oppression. I'm thinking back to your studies, Dr. Brown, and finding colleagues, classmates that can serve as that embodied witness.
Yeah, I can't improve on what you said. that was beautiful. But I was struck by, when we were just looking at black therapists, black women suffered, at least our participants, suffered less from burnout and racial trauma. And they also had much higher rates of emotional support, right? And it speaks to this we-ness, right? And I love, because there was a weight that came off of my shoulders, right? When you talk about radical hospitality, is not just me, I need to create all of this, right? But if we do it together, right, we can, because there are times when you just don't have the strength.
Yeah.
But if you're in a group of people, someone else can pick it up this week.
Yeah.
Right? That's beautiful.
There's a statement. If you take out the we from wellness and you put an I, it becomes illness.
Yeah.
So like to remind ourselves that that communal aspect of wellness, it requires the we.
Right.
Coming together with others and
We also have questions coming in for those that are in managerial or leadership roles. So we've just been talking about if you find yourself in a position of less social power, what you might do to try to address burnout. But people who are in positions of, coordinating workplaces are asking, well, what suggestions do you have for us as administrators to help create these sort of supportive spaces? How do we begin to shift the culture? What might be some structures or practices that could be implemented from the beginning? So we have some folks that apparently they're looking to start new organizations and are trying to get ahead of this before they start, particular clinics and so forth. So this idea of both top down and bottom up. Thoughts about that? Could look a million different ways.
Steve, can I put you on the spot here?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, he thought he would just ask questions.
I did.
I'm at Boston University. I'm on the medical campus about 3 miles away. It might as well be 2 hours away, right? In Boston traffic. So I'm not a central part of the Daniel Institute, don't work at the DI, but I've been deeply impressed by the longevity, right? And people seem to be generally happy, working at the Daniels, and it's a community mental health clinic. What do you think the leaders, have done that has made this a place where clinicians feel as if they're appreciated? Is that a fair question?
Yeah. I mean, it speaks to what have we been trying to learn in our context, and I think actually it resonated with this project, having read up on the research more widely about healthy workplaces and getting into that a little bit. I think there's a few points that I wouldn't hold us up as having mastered, but there are lessons along the way that you have to, as an organization, figure out how you want to orient to conflict. that's, I think, quite underrated also, strikingly, when you look at the organizational literature. Do you have a working plan, not to do it perfectly, but some ways that you're going to try to do that? Do you have a plan for growth in diversity, equity, and inclusion? Do you have intentional strategies? Do you get outside consultation as an organization, and do leaders? I've, over the years, noticed what a big difference when leaders have sort of the humility to say, I'm willing to listen to those outside the system on a regular basis, and that's a basic open system kind of dynamic. To be thoughtful about that, of course, because not everyone has great advice. Is there kind of a working model or plan about these issues of well-being and flourishing that could be integrated with also needing to balance budgets and wanting to do effective work? Can these be sort of brought into conversation like we're trying to do here today? And I actually think, many of the points that we seem to be agreeing on, that there are ways to potentially do that if you get intentional, take the risk, and care about the relational ecology of a system. I mean, that's maybe one of the bottom line things is caring about the relational ecology, attending to that, believing that that will take care of a lot of other things. The workplace literature that I've been reading up on, makes a point that it actually doesn't do much of anything if an organization offers certain well-being initiatives that leaders don't really believe in that much. So it actually isn't just offering, some stipend for a health club membership if the leadership isn't really a believer in that.
Or if you don't have time to make
Right,
it.
if you don't have time, right. So actually some of what seems to happen is organizations may try things as a technique, back to your presentation, Dr. Captari, a technique that they hope will have an effect, but if it's not organic to what the leaders value, what they believe in, what they see as part of the work, people either won't use it or it won't feel integral. It won't really result in well-being. It's just kind of a technique. Right? I think those are some of the important things to wrestle with in organizations. There's also, I guess I would add one more, that I think the intergenerational, this is a depth psychology perspective, psychodynamic, that I think we probably have organizations that have a history of trauma and pain and conflict that have been congregations, hospital, that have been getting passed down, and there isn't sort of enough awareness of that intergenerational context. That's a classic psychodynamic idea, right? And at some point, some folks are going to need to reckon with that and figure out what are the changes necessary to deal with those recurring patterns that happen that are painful or even toxic in an organization. That takes a lot of work and intentionality, and I think it takes virtues of courage for leaders to go after that, as opposed to let's just manage things, in a simpler way.
Yeah.
Right?
Let's just give everyone a free lunch and
Yeah.
call it good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that takes certain kinds of leaders who have those capacities.
I mean, it assumes the well-being of the leaders.
Yes. Right.
Right? Because when you have organizations, whether it's directors of clinics or chaplain organizations or, clergy themselves or boards, if they don't have a certain level of well-being, they will not engage in all of these efforts. And that's the reason I appreciate there's a bi-directional relationship here that has to be got at. So this relational ecology, I think that's a good phrase.
Well, we won't answer all of these questions, but hopefully by grappling with them, we're stimulating more ideas, among all of you. So if we're thinking about the top down and bottom up, we might also think about people kind of in the middle. So maybe thinking about chaplains in particular, thinking about all the chaplains who are working in medical settings, what suggestions or ideas do we have for helping professionals who are in a role of supporting other helpers? So for example, chaplains embedded in an ICU or an oncology unit, especially when those you are trying to support, the other staff, are struggling with a sense of futility due to complex moral and ethical issues in their work. So one of the things we actually are seeing out of our recent national study is that often it's chaplains in these settings that are kind of holding the moral injury for the system. It's not just the patients, it's also the staff that are coming to them. And it's a lot to hold.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of study during the COVID period when chaplains were definitely overwhelmed and, just everything was brought to them because they just assumed that they were holding the space for everybody's injuries and everybody's trauma. And at that time, it was that unity of like chaplain communities coming together, chaplains referring to each other, how are they upholding themselves. And again, it's going back to their own sources of scriptures, and it's going back to their, leaders and getting some guidance and self-reflection. And then you have to empty out your cup before you can fill it again with more stuff. So like this opportunity to just sit and find your space and then go back into the community, share with other chaplains how to navigate through these difficult times. It's a time when, especially during a pandemic time or when there's like a big crisis going on in a larger scale and in the hospital setting, and those chaplains have to take on more than they're anticipating. Usually it's individual, very unique problems, but then in a setting like the pandemic time period, just reading the research about how chaplains were dealing with that, it was coming together, checking in with each other. How are you doing in your setting? How are you doing in your setting? What can we do to help offer support? And there are chaplains of different faiths within the hospital settings also, and where are you receiving that strength from? What scriptures are guiding you to take care of yourselves and then, of course, those around you?
Here in the Boston area, we have a number of well-known hospitals. And I'm at a medical school that's the teaching hospital is Boston Medical Center, which is the largest safety net hospital in New England. And what I know is that we have some hospitals in the city that have 8 or 9 full-time chaplains that the hospital supports. And they have said half the day we're just sitting in our office because no one's calling us. Right? If they have a rabbi or imam, right, they're full-time so they can come and visit the patients if they want. But at the safety net hospitals, right, sometimes you only have 1 or 2 full-time chaplains. And I know our chaplain, the senior chaplain, told us, he said, Eric, we cannot see even half of the patients who are requesting to see us. Okay? Not even half of them. And so what that means is this: not only are they holding the moral injury of the medical institution, and you're exactly right, it's not just patients, but staff coming to them. They are, in a lot of ways, some of the least respected positions because they're spiritual. And this is a scientific community, right? And I mean, you're talking about serious burnout, right? It can create a serious sense of existential crisis in terms of their work. And it was certainly true during the first few years of COVID, but what I'm saying is some of these hospitals, this is just ongoing.
I think we maybe could come back to the training implications at some point later in the day because they're really important. I actually started out as a chaplain. At the end of my seminary training, I got an internship in a geriatric facility that was really a sort of a psychiatric geriatric facility by in one of the counties in Chicago. It basically meant poor people who didn't have a good facility to go to. And I had absolutely no idea what I was getting into in taking that position. the conditions physically, psychologically were overwhelming. And I can remember after some of the first times being over there, I would sit in my car and I just felt full of stress. And I had no preparation for that's what that kind of work was going to involve. And I remember being sort of struck by, I must have missed some of the classes that, you know, prepare you for this or teach you for what this is like. I had actually taken some counseling skills classes, but being in the throes, right, of an environment where you're exposed to so much suffering at every level in chaotic conditions, that it felt like, I now look back, I didn't have any language for it or concept, secondary traumatic stress, right? And so I'm thinking about, and I got drawn to get some help and also to do more chaplaincy work in correctional settings, because there was something really enlivening and powerful about the work as well. So fortunately, I found some resources. But I'm wondering increasingly about what's the training that people in each of these fields need to be able to metabolize that kind of stress at an embodied level. And I think that would be a good topic to come back to at some point. What do we need to be intentional about? So people have some frame, some resources, some tools to actually deal with that.
Another thing that chaplains in our CHRYSALIS program are often grappling with and naming as finding helpful is in these low resource settings, like you're naming, just recognizing the systemic pieces of that.
Right.
Because when you have a deep sense of calling and desire to make a difference, they name that it's so easy to just keep stretching, you know?
Right.
Doing more, trying harder to fix the system, as opposed to even the recognition that, wow, I am holding the moral injury for this system. I remember a chaplain saying, and it just stuck with me from years ago, when you're in a broken system, you personally can start to feel broken. Like whatever you do, it's not going to be enough. So in our program, that becomes the territory for figuring out how do we work within this context, but also differentiate ourselves from it such that I'm not carrying the moral weight for this entire institution, because that can feel crushing.
What's that popular Twitter phrase, we cannot self-care our way out of oppressive systems.
Well, we're coming up on the lunch break. Thanks to each of you for contributing to this conversation. We'll take a 1-hour lunch break and come back then for some more conversations, presentation, and dialogue this afternoon. So thank you. We'll see you all in an hour.
Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. We're glad to be together for the afternoon session. Let me just mention one housekeeping thing that there's been some online participants using the raise hand function, and we would encourage you to type in questions in the Q&A place as we won't be able to respond specifically to raised hands. So please type those questions in. So now we're going to have a brief interaction with folks from the Peale Foundation who have sponsored this project. And before we start our afternoon session, we have 2 members of the Peale family who will join us. If we could get them up.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Katie. Cliff,
Hi,
Steve.
Cliff, you're there too.
Nice.
I'm unable to turn on my camera.
Yeah,
Yeah, we just
it
need
says that-
permission on the camera front.
okay. Yep,
Not that there's a fatal flaw or anything, but
yeah, we'll get it here.
We might look, Cliff and I might look better this way anyway.
it's exactly right.
Hold on just a sec.
Okay.
could proceed by audio if that's the easier way to do it.
Sure.
That's fine.
Hold on just a sec, Cliff.
Okay.
I think it's just a tech challenge. Let's go ahead and just have audio conversation. Cliff, Peale, and Katie Berlandy from the Peale family, we appreciate you joining us for just a little bit of conversation about the backdrop of this project, which is really important. For those of you who aren't familiar with Norman Vincent Peale and the Blanton Peale tradition, Norman Vincent Peale was a minister, very influential in religion in the United States in the 20th century. Paired up with the psychoanalyst Smiley Blanton on the heels of the Great Depression to sponsor one of the first church-based counseling centers in the United States. And there was a lot more to the Peale family legacy and contribution, a lot more to Blanton's work, but we've taken a lot of inspiration from that connection between religion and mental health, and the ways that when we do bridge across our vocational disciplines and fields, tremendous things can be done to respond to human suffering. So the Peale family and foundation is rooted in that tradition and that ongoing effort to both support folks in these vocations and contribute to the wider world. So Cliff and Katie, thank you for being with us. Let me ask a couple questions. Could you tell us a little bit about the Peale Foundation and how you came to make this connection with us at the Danielson Institute?
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and thank you to everyone for having us for just a moment. We're so happy to be, connected with with Danielson in this very important work. As Steve mentioned, Katie and I are two of 8 grandchildren of Norman Vincent Peale and Ruth Stafford Peale. And the Peale Foundation exists to try to continue substantial support of causes that they spent their life building and supporting, and also to enhance their work, to make sure that we get their messages out to as many people as possible going forward. And so, when we first another example of that is the Blanton Peale Institute and Counseling Center, which Steve just mentioned. It's in New York City. It operates a series of clinics and a psychoanalytic training program. And I just recently joined the board of that group. And, our mission is mind, body, and spirit, right? And improving people's health, mind, body, and spirit. And that's one of the things, that's what we call the secret sauce there. It's one of the things that my grandfather and Dr. Blanton had is a revolutionary idea they had many years ago, and it still maintains a lot of relevance today. So from the first time we met with Steve and I apologize, I just put in a cough drop so I won't cough all over you over Zoom today. From the very first time we met with Steve and his team, the connection, just felt right. Our grandfather was a graduate of the Boston University School of Theology, and so there's and a lot of his papers are in the archives there. There's a very natural connection there. And I just want to say we've been so impressed with the work that group has done, and we've learned a lot from it, and we're just proud to be associated with it. So thank you for having us here today, and thank you for all the important work that you're doing and will continue to do.
Yeah, and could you say a little bit more about what about the project resonated with you at the Peale Foundation, the project itself?
Yeah, sure. I know. I remember the first time you used the term helping professions to us, and so Katie's going to talk to you in a minute. Katie's a social worker. And we have several of the people in that field in our family, and obviously we come from a pastoral tradition, right? And so we know, many of us know firsthand the difficulties that can cause, the pain and sometimes trauma that can inflict, and really making a difference on the ground. These CHRYSALIS groups, Katie will talk about that, but is really important to us. Funding work or supporting work that enables real life practitioners, real life therapists and chaplains and faith leaders to help their patients and maintain their own health is important to us. And I think that's one of the things that was compelling to us.
Great, thanks, Cliff. Katie, what would you add to that?
Oh, I would echo that completely. And I'd like to think about that first meeting with Steve and then with his team as divine intervention for the Peale Foundation. Always being desirous of an opportunity to support an effort that was going to be, as Cliff said, far-reaching. And the work that our vision at Peale Center, which is advancing the world where faith-driven optimism is clear, common, and contagious, aligns very nicely with this project. So the title of it being Positive Psychology and Formation-Based Flourishing Among Spiritual Leaders and Therapists. And so here we had and have and hope to continue to have an opportunity through our involvement with this effort to touch as many lives as possible. I mean, it's so thrilling to think about all of the students there at the Institute in the classrooms learning about not just the value of self-care, but the how-to as they try to serve their clients and parishioners. And then, of course, being more far-reaching through conferences like this. I mean, I don't know how many people are there in the room, but I see that there are 202 on Zoom here, and that's just thrilling to think about the possibility of clinicians' lives being enhanced through the work that Steve, you and your team are doing. As Cliff mentioned, I'm a social worker myself, and I recently listened to a webinar through NESW, and the focus was on the revised code of ethics in 2020 with the focus on self-care and competency. And it was clearly so relevant in all of our lives who are practitioners of some sort. But I couldn't help but think of the work that BU and Danielson are doing through this project. And one of the things that was talked about in this webinar was this normalization of self-care, right? Not just for ourselves as practitioners, but also within organizations, having policies around self-care. And those of us who try or of the helping profession, we honor our commitment to our clients and our parishioners, but we also have to certainly honor the commitment to our own self-care, an awareness around all the demands that are there for us, and then promoting self-care within ourselves and within the communities, our colleagues and such, and understanding when we don't care for ourselves, how does that impact our, professional commitments. So I know that's what Steve and his team are doing in terms of promoting not just or I should say, promoting a holistic approach to burnout, right? But also equally as important, promoting flourishing in all the individuals who are impacted by this group. So I thank you, as Cliff has, for the opportunity to touch base. Steve and your team, we thank you for the privilege of working with you to enhance lives for those who are caring for others. So I want to thank all of those participating for all that you do for others, and all you will do and will continue to do for yourselves in terms of caring for yourselves. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Cliff. Thank you, Katie. Thanks for your kind of relational support of our project beyond the funds, your sincere interest. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
You too. Yep.
So now I'll invite Dr. Elise Choe up for the first afternoon session.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elise Choe. I'm an academic researcher and staff psychologist at the Danielson Institute, and I will be leading the first session of the afternoon for you on what I've titled the Kaleidoscope of Flourishing and Burnout, Diversity and Justice Considerations in Supporting Helping Professionals. I'm hoping that I can keep my energy up after lunch, and I'm hopeful that that will help keep everyone's energy up, including anyone joining us online. Just some, I guess, caveats before I get started. I'm going to be throwing a lot of complex ideas and constructs that I don't have the time, unfortunately, to dive into. So what I'm trying to do in about approximately 10 minutes is to just quickly give you just some key ideas or things to consider as we start diving into why flourishing and burnout and trying to understand that in the diversity of the world and our experiences, why it's so complex and why it's so difficult to do. And so what do we need to do? What do we need to consider? Like, what are the things we have to be holding all the time? So I apologize that I'm throwing a lot really, really quickly. I just ask you to hold on tight as we get through it. So first, I want to note the struggle. So it's important that we have a shared understanding of how we understand and define flourishing and burnout. And that's important for many things in the world. And that helps us to have a shared understanding, a shared way of communicating about different concepts, such as flourishing and burnout. However, in trying to find a singular definition or way to operationalize anything, we always run into some pitfalls, some consequences. For example, it can lead to the definitions or the way we understand a concept having or holding unintentional biases and stereotypes. And that can also limit our scope and who or for whom it might be relevant to. How flourishing and things that encourage flourishing or might be a barrier to flourishing depends on a person's identity, lived experiences, religion and spirituality, culture and cultural factors, and so much more. In a recent study our institute conducted at our institute, we asked our clients just about their own understanding of flourishing. Like, how would you define it, or how would you understand flourishing? How would you even understand virtues? Basically, I think we interviewed anywhere between 15 to 20 clients. We never got a singular answer, and no answer was the same. The definition and the way people understood what flourishing was or how that looked like in their lives or what factors contributed to it or made it more difficult to flourish, it was all over the place. And I think in the best of ways. But it highlights, again, the difficulty of trying to nail down one understanding, one definition, though, again, we understand why it's important. Now, again, to add more complexity to it, what are some other things we have to be thinking about outside of that? I like to think of this as sometimes flourishing even, or the things we think are good for us, sometimes it might be too much. One example to just trying to get us into this mindset is salt. Salt is a needed thing. It's a needed chemical. It's a needed component within our bodies. It helps our nerves function correctly, our muscles to contract and work the way it needs to. And as many, or not maybe many, but as some of us might know, too much salt leads to other things. High blood pressure, kidney stones, sleep disturbances, osteoporosis. I'm sure the list goes on and on and on. I'm not a medical professional in that sense, so this is my extent of knowledge. But much like salt, there can be a lot of good things in life, things that we need, that many of us need in different ways, but it can be too much depending on in what way or for whom we're trying to ask that of. Lisa Tessman has coined the term and started to highlight the hidden dangers of what she's called burdened virtues. Burdened virtues are defined as virtues that are not linked to well-being or flourishing of an individual, and often arises from oppressive conditions where a person is unable to freely choose to engage in said virtue. So when a person is not allowed to actively, intentionally choose to engage in a virtue or something that's good, something that people say is a good thing, then at that point, it's not helpful for them if they are forced to do something. It becomes a burden. Another thing to be cautious about with good things is doing something for the wrong reasons. For example, research tells us gratitude. Gratitude is an easy one. It's linked to positive mental health outcomes, great improvements in relational factors. But if a person is feeling pressured to express gratitude, if they feel shame for not saying thank you or expressing that, then even if they do, or do they get the same benefits? Unfortunately, that's likely not to be true. This got mentioned earlier today, but Laura Captari recently coined the term virtue bypass, which is a variation on spiritual bypass. Virtue bypass is when virtues, or again, good things, things that might be helpful for many other people, are used actually to avoid painful experiences or is used in a way to oppress another person. So again, when these positive things, these good things are being used because you're trying to avoid something that's painful, to get through something, just to get past it, it doesn't serve in the way it's supposed to. In trauma research, survivors of trauma, especially childhood abuse trauma, when they felt pressure to forgive their abusers, as adults, they were reporting higher levels of depression and other mental health concerns. Because yes, while they forgave their abusers, they didn't have the opportunity to actually process the hurt and arrive at a place of true forgiveness, at a place where they felt like they had the capacity and the capability of authentically forgiving their abuser. They're forced to. So too much of a good thing can be bad. And now to even make it more complex, right? Because that's the nature of the story. It's not just the individual. In some of the work that our colleagues here, Dr. Moon and Dr. Sandage has done, they've started to look at what does it mean for some of these good things to be used or be engaged by people of color. Specifically, cultural humility is the virtue that they took up in their article. But beyond going on about how cultural humility needs to be understood with more nuance when it's a clinician of color engaging in cultural humility in their work, they really highlighted the need for systemic and structural changes, that the system and the institutions around them needed to support their employees to be able to do some of the work that they're doing. So you changing how you do the work or you changing how you engage in some of these good things is not enough. You need the people around you, the structures to change with you because you can't do it alone. Unfortunately, some of the work that's followed has found that that's still not well understood or it's not well done. I led a scoping review recently looking at the experiences of clinicians of color working with white clients. And in the total of 4 studies that I found, which is sad in and of itself, but one of the big things that they noted was that there was an extreme lack of systemic and structural support, especially after training, that there was nowhere they could turn to, there was no predetermined group or support network within their institutions. They had to go out and look for it themselves. And this is really, really sad because there's so much evidence and data being collected system. So, and that's done usually with participants feeling like they have an increased trust within their system, within their leadership, as well as feeling like their workplace communication was more open. This echoes a lot of things that I think Dr. Stacey Floyd Thomas speaks to. Dr. Stacey Floyd Thomas is a womanist Christian ethicist who wrote about oppressive humility and how humility, again, is a burden of virtue to especially Black women within Christian contexts. But one thing that she points out in there, and she lays out a lot of knowledge and wisdom in her work, and I can't speak to it all, but one thing that she speaks to is the need for traditional communalism, the need to come together as a community, not just people who share your identities and share your perspectives, but the need to have that structure of connection with others. So community level support is critical for us to authentically flourish. Now, I'm going to be moving to my panelists to continue this discussion, and I'm going to be joined by Dr. Saliha Kozan, who is a licensed psychologist and director of clinical services at the Danielson Institute, where she provides psychotherapy and clinical supervision in addition to overseeing clinical services. She also conducts research focusing on the intersection of psychology of working, mental health, social justice, and culture. I'll also be joined by a Reverend Kristen Hydinger, who is a full-time researcher at the Danielson. She works remotely from her home in Erie, Pennsylvania, but is here today in person, and brings her training in theology and sociology to the DI's interdisciplinary research team, and also by Dr. David Rupert, who is a licensed psychologist and a director of training at the Danielson Institute. So for our audience who's everyone, I guess, in person and online just joining us, we're going to have a group discussion for a bit before we transition into receiving the questions that you're all sending us online. Good to see you guys.
Thank you.
I guess the first question I want to ask for us is, we've noted the difficulty of defining flourishing, right? Landing on one singular definition, but also the importance of it. I guess I'm curious, what are your thoughts on our efforts of defining flourishing?
Yeah, I'm appreciative of the dual factor nature of the definition, and definitely the sociologist in me sort of leans toward two continued questions that I'll want to come back to as we continue to refine and talk about this. And then I also have a theological question. But the sociological ones are, as we're going through the definitions, looking at it through a potentially ableist lens and really not wanting flourishing to come across as something that can only happen when suffering doesn't exist, because that just doesn't seem realistic for many people in the world. And then also looking at it in other cultures, testing out what it looks like. For instance, if you're not in a Western, highly individualistic culture, how does flourishing shift then? So those are sort of my two sociological bents. And then my theological bent is, what are the theologies or philosophies that are helping encourage us toward flourishing, but also potentially undermining it? Where are the ways that the lessons that we either received in training, for those of us who went to religious seminaries or theology schools, maybe we were raised in a particular tradition or none at all, we still got some kind of, if we're in a helping profession, we got some kind of messaging around why it's important to do that type of helping work. And from my particular context, which is a Christian Protestant tradition, there's a lot of talk about servant leadership, humble leadership, self-sacrificing, and that definitely feels like it gets into that too much of a good thing type of notion that you were talking about. So those are the three things that are coming to mind for me.
I also appreciate the efforts to move from more individualistic definitions to more collectivist, and also definitions that include perspectives of the individuals themselves, like how even in the same culture, individuals might have different understandings of flourishing. And I also, like how I see it is oftentimes when we look at the literature, when we try to learn what flourishing is about, what we can do about our own flourishing, oftentimes we look for the answers outside, coming from usually academia, researchers, people who have studied these concepts. Fortunately, they have been studying for a long time. And at the same time, our own traditions, things that we get from our own ancestors, cultures that have been going on for centuries, thousands of years, this wisdom from them, which can be not just intellectual way of flourishing, but very much embodied, very much spiritual. And it can really help us the strength to not just survive, as we heard like in the morning from our speakers, also thrive and flourish, find meaning in one of the most challenging times of our lives right now as we go through this, as also helping professionals. So I appreciate that shift from individualistic to more systemic, collectivist approaches, as well as this more nuanced or individualized approaches.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of work and effort being put into trying to expand our understanding of flourishing. You know, how do we look at it? How do we understand it? How do we research it, et cetera? But I'm curious from your own experiences, your lived experiences as professionals in different helping professions, what do you wish you knew, or I guess what did you not anticipate in impacting your own experience of flourishing as much as you did before you joined your chosen profession?
Yeah, just briefly about myself, I moved to the US in my 20s as an international graduate student in mental health counseling. And coming from a different country with different values and problems, and then trying to survive here as an international student in a mental health counseling program with a lot of coursework and clinical hours to even graduate from the program. And then move on to doctoral program, which was, I'm very grateful that I studied in a social justice focused program where I could not just study, but also teach, do research, clinical work. It was very much like enriching experience for me. But at the beginning, because I had the mentality that I have to do a great job as a foreign student, so I can prove that I'm good enough to be in this country, even to live in the United States and study, continue my education here. I think Dr. Captari's talk earlier today, that perfect storm, when you have personal traits that are, perfectionism, hard work ethics, which I believe brought me here. I wouldn't be able to come to even this country if I didn't have those traits. But then with the demands of the clinical training and graduate training, I think that made me more vulnerable to burnout. Honestly, I did not even name the burnout. Even now looking back, I can think of some times that I was experiencing it, but I didn't even give myself that permission to notice that I was burnt out, because there was no room for it. You have to just keep going, one thing after another, during grad school and then licensing. And now I'm thinking about my experience and my friends, clinicians of color, as well as clinicians from any background. What we experienced back then, it was, again, no one really gave that permission, because I don't think our supervisors who were training us, I don't even think that they knew about their own burnout. So systemically, it was very much like part of our experience that it is like you just continue to work. And then when working, I can't speak for everyone, but I have seen that a lot of us who identify as healers of color are given this responsibility to care for the most marginalized communities. And that can be very heavy. And when you are experiencing it, you want to do it all, like do research to advocate, do clinical work to advocate, and then integrate it into your teaching. And at the beginning, I started with that mindset, and in a few years, I realized that I wasn't able to do all of it. So I had to narrow it down. Now I am mostly involved in clinical work and supervision, some management, but still much less work than what I used to do earlier in my career. So it took several years to even notice that.
It's almost like the things that allowed us to succeed, right? I'm thinking, someone once said to me, to get to grad school, you have to at least be a little bit neurotic. Like that seems to be a given, but then it's like that served us well at some point, right? That served you in a way that allowed you to get to and succeed in some way, but then, you know, when that ends up becoming actually like poison to you, right? Like, what do you do? Like, how do you undo something or not, or stop doing something that's actually been favorable?
And your comment about like giving yourself permission to be burned out really resonates with one of my experiences. I did a unit of clinical pastoral education, which for those that don't know, it's a common kind of like an internship for chaplains of sorts. And I did it here in Boston at Massachusetts General Hospital in the 4 or 5 months right before COVID broke out. Like I ended mid-March 2020. And I remember every time I would leave a shift, I was also working full-time in a different industry at this point in time, so I was overburdened and overwhelmed. And I remember 2 things almost every single time I would leave the hospital to go home or go to work, depending on the day, was I feel like this was an incredibly meaningful day. I am like feeling full from the very draining interactions that I just had with people, and I can't complain because they're all worse off than me. And like entering this suffering Olympics almost, and not allowing myself to name that I was burned out because I was comparing myself to what other people were going through and experiencing. And then this is a slightly different experience, but I was an interim minister for a while I was a student in a local congregation. And there were certain things about my identity that I expected to be a little bit of a challenge. For instance, a woman, even though I was working in a denomination that has a history of ordaining women, doing the practice and embracing the diversity is not always occurring at the same time. What I actually wasn't expecting was how my age, my being so young in an otherwise older congregation, was actually also influencing how my perspectives and suggestions for different approaches were being undermined. While at the same time, I'm being looked at as the young person to please bring in more young people. But like don't change anything about what we're doing here. So that actually is partially why, just to be fully transparent, I didn't continue to pursue congregational ministry. Like that was one of those things that was like, I don't think I can stay healthy in that particular type of work. And I think that there are plenty of people who are just getting to a point where they don't want to go into theology schools anymore. If they do, they go into non-congregational ministry types of things because they're kind of becoming more aware of some of these dynamics.
Well, I mean, so many important things have been said. I think 2 things I'm thinking about. One is sort of the dimensionality of flourishing and how I feel like it can move the flourishing and burnout, and even sometimes can be variable, like maybe flourishing over here, but struggling here. So I think, at least in my experience, but I think in a lot of people's, there's some movement, and so there's something about both making room for that, because it's real, but then also, I think some sort of being able to recognize the difference between, say, just a hard patch you've got to get through, and a time when something really needs to be adjusted because it's not working. So I guess that's what
Yeah. The wisdom to understand like when this is something to, hold on and move through versus this is actually a moment to engage in like the agentic capacities and strive for something different. I guess one thing that anytime I'm personally like a participant or an audience member of conversations that are so complex and kind of almost meta level of like, look at all the things and how they're connected and all, all the complexity. I'm like, okay, cool. I can hold that and I can understand why that's so important for us to be aware of. But so what? What do we do? And I can imagine that might be a question for our audience members. And I'm curious, and there's so many complexities, so many things to consider, so many pieces, right? What does flourishing mean? What leads to flourishing? What hinders flourishing and leads to burnout? I guess, what are some of the things we can think about, if we're trying to encourage flourishing? And I'll split this up a little bit, but first starting individually, like what can we do individually to try and encourage flourishing in our lives?
You ask easy questions, Elise. So for me, and this very much also feels like a from my own experience type of thing, one of the first things I had to do was sort of identify, and that often wound up just being through trial and error and experience and some, having to just work through it, is identifying where some of my weaknesses and tendencies are, as well as where some of the resources are, and kind of knowing what I don't know or what I don't have first. But then practically speaking, I can't personally say enough about boundary setting, which some people might roll their eyes or be like, I've heard this before. But like, there's also an element of practicing what you preach, from like a phrase from my context of, I spend a good amount of time and have experiences encouraging others to care for themselves. So I also need to be caring for myself. And I actually learned this while working in a managerial position in a nonprofit, but that setting boundaries now, they're easier to remove later than having no boundaries and trying to put them up later. So like practically for me, what that has come to look like is there will be times on my calendar that I like share with my spouse that is just like, I have this time for myself. And it's not that I have other things planned there, but it goes in pen, quote unquote. It's on my phone, but you know what I mean. It's not tentative. It doesn't move any more than like my standing meetings with my research team colleagues moves. And sort of setting that boundary, essentially, which I think some people feel like you're being mean if you're setting up a boundary, but it allows me to metaphorically refill my cup. I'm kind of introverted, or at least more so than extroverted, and so it allows me to step away, to decompress, to relax, and then come back and be present. But I genuinely do put it on my calendar like as crucial as that doctor's appointment that takes forever to get scheduled, so you don't cancel it because it will be a pain in the butt to put it back on your calendar. If you like keep canceling your time for yourself, it will be a pain in the butt to put it back on your calendar. So that's my 2 cents at the moment.
Yeah, I resonated with Dr. Brown's talk earlier today. Like, I have several colleagues that I had a chance to work with over the years, and many of them are not even located in this region of the country. Some of them are out of country. So for me, it has been the most sort of like supportive thing. And I forgot to mention, I have also several mentors, people that I look up to. And all of these people also come from different backgrounds, different sort of like faith backgrounds, as well as cultural backgrounds, which I think helps me look at things from different perspectives when I talk to them. It has been really grounding for me. So I do appreciate those relationships. And I have faced some, like throughout my career, there were times that I could describe as dark periods of my time. Mm-hmm. And I think they helped me. And then survival was the main thing at that time. Like no one even like thought about what flourishing would look like. So they were very much important to me. And I think another aspect that we at Danielson Institute, we talk a lot about the spiritual experiences we have, our spiritual lives, but not necessarily in our field, in mental health field, psychology or counseling. At least in my training, that wasn't really a focus overall. And I do, although some days I feel like, as I listen to some of my clients who have unfortunately very difficult life experiences, a lot of trauma, especially coming from sometimes their families or their own communities. And while witnessing that suffering, like sitting with that and then going home and then still processing that, sometimes, in the evening, it's so hard to focus on my own stuff because I'm still very much impacted by what I heard during the day. How I try to sort of like help myself is that my own understanding of the path to the divine, to the creator, through my clients, through my connection with my clients. So that gives me a sense of closeness to the creator. Again, this is my personal experience. And it's not necessarily happiness that I am feeling. It is not necessarily like not feeling that pain or like just covering it up. Life comes with, like, if you are alive, you're going to experience pain. That is part of the package. And sometimes, again, sometimes it can be very meaningful, and sometimes it is hard to find any meaning in it. It's like you are trying to figure out with other people in your life. And I mentioned those colleagues from my field who are having similar work experiences. I appreciate it, and sometimes I need a break from that, and then hang out with people from very different backgrounds, like very different work experiences, including my engineer friends who think very differently about the topics that we are discussing today. So that can help. That has been helpful to me. I have been very intellectual overall, in my life. Lately, I have been exploring more body-oriented activities, more creative activities. Kristen and I talk about crochet.
Yep.
So those little things have been very helpful to me.
Can I just piggyback on something you said? So when you talked about how sometimes the activities don't even have to be happy. I don't know that you use the word happy necessarily, but spaces for processing. And I'm also gonna tag Eric Brown, which is, sorry, as he slinks out over there, because he uses the word restorative practices, which for me, I think really ties into what is the step beyond self-care, is what are the experiences and the spaces and times for yourself that are restorative. And the reason that what you said resonated for me is because sometimes I just need a good cry. Sometimes I need to put on Homeward Bound and cry my eyes out when Shadow can't get out of the hole in the ground or whatever the case is. And that is cathartic and helpful and restorative for me to be able to re-enter society and show up again. So just wanted to make that. Or knitting. Knitting and crocheting is also part of it too.
Right. I hear just trying to engage in a variety of ways, again, that creativity, trying to expand beyond just what you know. And I know I said I'm going to split this question up into two. I know we talked about individual practices. I'm curious about more systemic or structural pieces. Like we said, this can't be done alone. So how do we help our communities flourish? What can we do systemically and structurally?
Well, I can jump in on that from one angle, being a training director and working in a clinic context. And I think we've been learning, are still learning, but some things that can help there. So these are probably not new ideas, but I think they can be relevant here. So one would be the idea of affinity groups, creating spaces where people can gather around some shared intersectional identities. I think a second one is making sure that dominant group members are engaged in some serious DEI work on critical issues. So this is the men working on sexism and patriarchy, the straight folks working on heterosexism, trying to get people working on the issues there, I think can help the community. I think that, I'm sorry, giving some, making sure that some of the trainings, sometimes you can line up training sessions without really thinking through the diversity of your participants. So for example, having training sessions that are looking specifically at what's happening for some of your BIPOC therapists or therapists with other marginalized identities, and what is the training and support on how to deal with microaggressions in the session while holding a therapeutic stance. So like really targeting in. And I'm beginning to see in the literature that there are some useful things coming forward too. So I'll just mark a couple, like Jones and Bronco have an article on both actual skills that you might use to sort of disarm and negotiate a microaggression in a session, as well as like post-processing resources, like for example, some specific journaling exercises to try to regulate and recover after. So, focusing in on some of these specific resilience and resistance strategies and topics, I think, can be helpful.
I like the flexibility that feels like it's coming out of the notion of attending to like essentially who's in the room, so to speak, with the trainings, and I think that translates, I think, really well over to theology schools and seminaries as well. And I don't mean that inherently in like a formal curriculum review every year or something like that, more of just like attention to who's in the room and how whatever the lesson is that's being taught might land in that respect. So, like no longer making assumptions, especially in 2024, that everyone in the room is coming in a like seminary classroom is coming from the exact same background and has the exact same perspective. I think that was even problematic 50, 60 years ago, but like it's especially problematic now. And I also think in a like congregational clergy perspective, I really would advocate that the congregants need to be involved in the discussions of what it looks like to move forward as well. I think there are many religious communities that are experiencing transitions that they can't avoid. I think COVID exacerbated and sped that up for a lot of communities, and that there is a grieving process that's happening with that changing, but that doesn't inherently have to mean that it dies. But change is difficult, change is hard, change is scary, and if it's only coming from top down within, for instance, Christian denominational bodies, that might be more difficult for the community members to want to stick around if they feel like they didn't have any say or any stake in how to move forward. So, yeah.
I imagine we could probably do a whole conference on this topic and keep talking. But I do want to try and respond to some of the questions we received. One thing someone has kind of reached out about is the fact about being burnt out in one area of your life while flourishing in another, right? How it can be happening simultaneously, or even like 1 minute you're flourishing and then the next you're burnt out. Mm-hmm. Like how do we build our awareness around those factors? Like how do we be aware of like what areas we might be flourishing in versus burnout, and how do we notice that when it's happening? What can we do to kind of increase, I guess, both individually and as a system, like how to catch all that? I don't ask simple questions, and neither does it.
Well, so it's also two things to get us started. The first is, I deeply respect, mindfulness and awareness promoting strategies and believe in them and practice them. But I'm not sure it's possible for us to be fully aware and tracking at all times. And the work is compelling, and sometimes we need to be fully engaged in something else. So to me, it seems like it's more a question of creating spaces and times and practices that can help us to check in and reconnect and see where and how we are. And I think there's probably individual ways of doing that, and I think also communal ways. If we've got some relational contacts that we're in touch with often enough, they can maybe be that mirror sometimes. No, really, how are you doing? No, really, you don't look so great, or let's talk. So that's two thoughts.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how, like, for myself, like having a good community around me to check in is really helpful to building that awareness. Because there's a lot of times when I'm so in it, I'm so kind of in the busyness of the work or doing, my day-to-day and going and going and going, that I don't recognize that in this one function of my life, I'm burnt out. But then it's, others recognize it because they're like, okay, like you are up at 3 a.m. answering an email. I see that timestamp. That's not well for you. And having them check in, right? Like to be like, is everything okay? Like I know it's so simple in some ways, like we do that often with our colleagues, or if we have people around us just checking in, how are you, right? It's small talk, but like really having those people intentionally just really sit down and be like, really, how are you? Like, how is it? And that oftentimes when I see that from a person that I trust and care for, makes me pause and go, oh, how am I? In a way that I'm unable to do for myself.
And I think there's something important to having that, especially in your workplace, if at all possible. And that's probably not always possible. If you're like a therapist in private practice, such that you don't have coworkers or bosses, that's a lot on you. If you are a congregational clergy who has no one else, and maybe you're even responsible for multiple churches or congregations, like that's all on you. So I acknowledge that what I'm saying here is situational and not gonna apply to everyone, but I think having the people in your workplace who remind you that you are human and who and you're not just there to serve the one function that you're filling from your job description right there in the moment, that you have lives outside of here. And I know, for instance, that in my experience and in my professional networks, congregational clergy and chaplains can really struggle sometimes to exist outside of their workplaces as just humans, as opposed to a minister. Because if you run into a congregant in a grocery store, they might suddenly start, divulging to you the difficulties that they're having with something at home, or that they might otherwise say inside church, but now you're standing next to the cereal boxes and providing pastoral care. Or if you just left family members at a dying bedside in a hospital, and then a nurse happens to run into you in the hospital and needs to go through something traumatic they just experienced. You were sort of in this transitory in-between moment, but you're still being looked at in that moment as on. And so I think having colleagues in some form or fashion that can check in with you, like, why are you not sleeping when you typically sleep, or whatever the case may be, helps everyone, I would think, move forward.
Related to this, I also think it is, yes, we have some agency around it, but I think leadership really matters where you are working. And I'm saying that as part of the management team at Danielson Institute. I do know some workplaces, you have to see, if you're a therapist, you have to see 6 to 7 clients a day. Then when do you check in with each other, right? When you have to do all that work, it is really impossible to do that. And I also believe that for leadership, when we evaluate our employees, it's not just about their work performance, seeing people as human beings who also have their family lives, and sometimes family life could be much harder than their work, and really valuing that can make a difference. I think we are not just the numbers, we are not just about, as therapists or anyone, I heard it from our CHRYSALIS chaplains as well, how many people are you helping? So we are not just about our work. We have a life outside the work, and I think leadership or management in any organization has a huge responsibility when it comes to recognizing that and sometimes providing that flexibility to take care of, let's say, family, take care of whatever is happening outside the workspace so that they can flourish at work too, once they can handle that aspect of their life.
And can I tag in on that? Because it's something I wanted to get out earlier, but there can be a creeping way, I think, where you can be in sort of an always adding more or always doing more. I think Dr. Choe was trying to speak to this earlier, maybe Eric a little bit. So I actually think at the sort of leadership level, one of the questions I think needs to be, where can there be less? If there's going to be a new yes, what's the new no?
Yes.
So that's been a learning edge to start trying to think like that, but I just would put that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like really, I know at least as a therapist, one of the things we think about is modeling for our clients. And it's really, like we need our leadership to model that for us. Like what does it mean to have flexibility and flourishing in a workplace, and then have the systems and structures reflect that, which sometimes I think is harder than just even a singular leader having a mindset. I don't have a lot of time, but I do want to kind of respond to this one question because it's something that I'm personally really interested in. And it's about how one aspect of burnout that can be very difficult for many people is the anger and the helplessness that comes with it. And, the question is can you speak to how to cope with that or how to process those particular reactions?
Don't run from it. Like that's my knee-jerk gut TLDR is don't run from it. I am from a particular tradition that encouraged me to, or I guess didn't discourage me from being angry at God. And so for me and a lot of the ways that I grew up, that like relationship with God was one where I could be upset and angry, and I found that to be very healing. Now that might not actually solve like a systemic problem, but that's my quick take is don't run from it.
I would find a safe place to experience that anger, not with everyone.
Fair.
Find the people who will allow you to show that anger a little bit. Yeah.
I think also, one thing that we do try and think about within our work at the Danielson is how can we utilize or engage that anger, that energy that you might feel, the rage? Like how can you funnel it into something more productive? Like, I don't want to sit here and be like, everything's positive and always try and look at the bright side of thing or the silver lining. Like, I don't want to be that person, but I also want to try and do something productive. Like, yeah, find a safe place. Don't run from it. See if you can process and be with your anger, but then is there ways that you can use that energy to do something to start movement in the system? I know we have, again, we could spend another 10 hours here, but I'm aware of our time. And we are now transitioning into our next conversation, and I'll pass it back to Dr. Steve Sandage.
Let's see if it comes up. Where'd you get it? Where'd you? Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, that was a great probing session. Well, folks, unfortunately, Dr. Sarah Crabtree was going to lead this session and can't be with us today. One advantage of working as a team is that we do collaborate enough that some of us can kind of step in and engage this work that we're all involved in. And again, that's a strength that I'm grateful for. So this session is about It All Spills Over, Couple and Family Considerations for Helping Professionals. So this last session really foregrounded diversity and justice considerations around burnout and flourishing. And another theme, of course, beyond self-care is the web of relationships that we find ourselves in as helping professionals and the unique considerations that come up with that. So we want to attend to those couple and family considerations. And we mean couple and family and relational web in the broadest sense. For some of us, we may have extended family, aging relatives, families of choice, close friendships that impact our ability to thrive in our work or that impact some of the stressors and challenges we're up against. And so I'm going to share just a few ideas from some of the research. We have ongoing research in this area as well as part of our Peale project, and it's an area of interest at Danielson. So I'm going to, parallel to Dr. Choe's session, I'm going to share a little bit of what Sarah put together, and then we're going to have a group discussion and field questions. So starting with a systemic formulation of these issues, interdependence is a critical concept in family systems theory. There's interactions among elements of a system. That's a key idea. And what that suggests from some of the research that's emerging about the work impacts on helping professionals is that there can be certain strengths or advantages to relational life for helping professionals and certain challenges, ways that work-family interactions can be enriching, and they can also produce conflict and interference. It's bidirectional. The work-family literature is growing, but is mostly mixed industry without enough attention to helping professionals and specific professions. There's a need for more attention given to the high risk for burnout, secondary traumatization among helping professionals, and how that impacts couple and family relationships. Research on these sorts of relational questions is too often done with just individual data, meaning that we might ask a helping professional about the relational impact, but it's obviously a lot more complicated to do research that would include those in the relational web, the relational life. We actually have a study from this Peale grant that we're working with where we were able to collect data from 100 matched helping professionals and their partners, which is relatively unique research in the field. The technical way that you can work with this is call it dyadic data, where you can actually look at the reciprocal interactions between the helping professional and their actual partner, filling out the same measures, which Sarah has been working with. And this diagram shows some of the effects, the key findings. It goes like this. Partners' higher assessments of helping professionals' work-family conflict are significantly related to lower levels of their own and the helping professionals' relational flourishing, while accounting for the helping professionals' assessment of work-family conflict. Now, if you aren't a researcher that loves this kind of data, maybe that doesn't sound as exciting as it does to me, because what it means, and you might say this makes sense or is obvious, but we just don't have data that actually confirms what Sarah called the spillover effect. That actually the partner's assessment of all these dynamics predicts relational flourishing for both them and the actual helping professional after you've controlled for the helping professional's assessment. So what this means is what many of us in the room know, that those of us in our lives, our partners, our family members, are impacted by our work in ways that transcend the impact it's having on us. Right? It's not just the impact directly on us. It spills over to those around us. And we can see this in this dyadic data. The qualitative research we have on this is painting a very dialectical picture again of certain strengths or positive things as well as challenges. So the partners' dialectical experiences of the helping professionals' meaningful work includes pride and admiration for their helping professional living their calling, and also helping professionals carrying a burden of witness that contributes to a sense of drain and affects engagement at home. So here's a couple quotes from our data. It's wonderful getting to see finally my partner finally fulfilling their passion, that they're able to provide for people's needs, specifically for an underserved community, and still be able to provide for their family has been a blessing, the positive. Here's another response though. He's so emotionally drained, there isn't much left for the family when he gets home. Things at home have to be light and happy, or it's difficult for him to connect and handle it in a helpful way. It's difficult for him to listen and meet my needs. Partners' dialectical experiences of offering support. Partners want to be supportive and understanding, and this can be difficult amid confidentiality limits and helping professionals' compartmentalization and other focused tendencies. So again, a couple of quotes. I'd want people to know that often you help in a small way carry the emotional load of the work that my spouse does. On the other hand, he soaked up so much pain over the last few years. I don't think anyone knows how to help him with that. I don't think he knows how to ask for help. Again, very contrasting experiences. This is part of the range of relational spillover effects. Partners' dialectical experiences of the helping professionals' qualities, helping professionals' work-related skills and qualities strengthen and facilitate personal relationships. And sometimes partners experience helping professionals as treating them like a patient, client, or parishioner. So here's one quote. My partner's extremely thoughtful and empathetic. She's not afraid to have meaningful conversations about challenging topics. This is part of what makes her a wonderful health professional as well as partner. On the other hand, another quote, sometimes my kids and I get frustrated when we feel like he's treating us like clients. This might mean that he is responding in a very calm, emotionally neutral way, or when I want him to engage more emotionally with me. Or sometimes we feel like he's trying to come up with theories about our unconscious motivations that we don't agree with. Be a little afraid if I would get some of that feedback. Partners' dialectical experiences of community, particularly related to clergy roles. Ministry work can offer built-in community, and also diffuse personal and professional boundaries can feel confusing, isolating, disappointing, and highly pressured. So again, a couple quotes. I enjoy the way our family gets to share life with the members of our congregation. It's like we have a huge family, and I love that. It's a very exuberant quote. And you can almost anticipate the next idea, can't you? The quote. The pressure of being a role model for the Christian life is significant. It takes conscious effort to set boundaries around outside expectations for ourselves and our children, a clergy spouse. Well, there's a panel of colleagues who are going to come up and join me at this point. If you would come, that would be great. And we're going to have some dialogue. So I have some bios for introductions. Dr. Sejal Patel is a board-certified couples and family psychologist in private practice. She specializes in working with interracial and intercultural couples. She's the former group coordinator at MIT Mental Health and Counseling and is also a certified group psychotherapist. Dr. Patel is also a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant with Visions, Inc. and teaches courses in Boston University's Wheelock College of Education and Human Development and Harvard Graduate School of Education. Thanks for being with us. The Reverend Dr. Jonathan Vanderbeck is a licensed independent clinical social worker and ordained minister of the Word and Sacrament in the Presbyterian Church USA, working as the Assistant Director of Training and Coordinator for the Clergy Wellness Assessment Program at the Danielson Institute. His clinical work focuses on individual, partner, and family therapy from a systemic framework, having completed his Doctor of Social Work degree from the University of Kentucky with an emphasis in the application of Bowen theory. And Dr. Laura Captari, with us again, thanks, is a research and counseling psychologist at the Danielson Institute and an adjunct family member in Boston University's Wheelock College of Education and Human Development. Her doctoral training included a specialized focus in child and family psychology, and she's co-author of the forthcoming book, Trauma in the Family. She's also completed advanced fellowships in group psychotherapy, infant-parent mental health, and psychoanalytic approaches, but her greatest teacher these days is her feisty, playful 18-month-old. So thank you all for being here. And let me lead out with this question. You've heard a little bit of the research, but you all have experience personally and professionally in this realm. What stands out to you as some of the most salient challenges at the nexus of personal caregiving and the personal relationships in our life?
I can start. One thing that I think about a lot these days, and I can speak for myself as a couples therapist, is despite having over 15 years of knowledge in couples therapy and parenting and working with families, I'm on my own personal journey as a partner and as a mother of 2 children. And all of that knowledge doesn't just automatically translate into my family life, right? I have to work at some of the same skills that I am teaching my couples. And I'm talking about some of the same parenting strategies that I myself am also trying to use or try or implement. And sometimes I notice that, I really like the earlier framework that, who should I be? And something that was really missing in my graduate training was this focus on, we don't have to be ahead of our clients. We don't have to be perfect in the way that we are in our relationships or kind of have mastered relationships or mastered parenting in order to be able to help people navigate similar issues. And so I've noticed for me, particularly these last few years, there's this dissonance that can come up when I feel like I'm more effective at helping my couples or helping my couples with young children than I sometimes feel on certain days with my own family. And that can breed a deep shame and a deep sense of hypocrisy. And I never had language for it before today. And so that is a certain form of burnout that I feel at the end of the day or in certain moments that, can really become burdensome on me and can really wear on me. And that dissonance has been difficult to navigate in certain moments. And so I'm trying really hard to practice self-compassion and just name that I don't have to be at a certain place in my own marriage or in a certain place with my own parenting in order to effectively do the work with the clients that I work with. So that's one big theme that really comes up for me is that it doesn't have to be a perfect parallel process and we're in our own journey. And that's okay. We can meet ourselves where we're at and then meet our clients where they're at, even if that's in a very different place.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
I'm thinking about for myself, when we were looking at the dialectics a few moments ago, thinking about how this has played out in my own life. So I am the son of a clinical psychologist. And I remember all throughout growing up when Dad would come home 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, he'd be exhausted. And I remember my mother saying to me, you have to be quiet when Dad gets home. He's had a long day. And I remember all throughout, not having words for it as a young child, it was a mixture of resentment and longing, right, for connection that my dad just didn't have for me. He was great in many ways, but to see how drained he was when he came home and never really understanding that. And then I went into the ministry and became a therapist, and I will never forget, probably a month or so into my own postgraduate training, I remember calling home and I said to my dad, I get it. I get what it's like to come home and have nothing to give, and I forgive you for what that was like. And now, as the assistant director of training, who's training our own postgrads here at the Danielson, I'm thinking about how that information gets passed down, that despite all the intellectual knowledge that we get in our training, in boundary awareness training for clergy, in grad school for psychotherapists, that it doesn't necessarily mean that learning translates into the way that we live our lives and set our boundaries with our family systems. And really just encouraging my own trainees now to have, attention to that and how that plays out in their lives. And it's something I still work on. It was something that really, I think, helped me come to peace with my own family system, getting to kind of know where I came from, helping my clients, many of whom are clergy and mental health professionals, navigate that in their own lives, and then to pass that on down. But it's a work in progress, definitely, and there's still times where I recognize I don't have a whole lot to give myself.
So refreshing listening to both of you. I feel like this is a reminder for me of the need for spaces where we can show up as whole people, because as you spoke, I feel like a sigh, of relief happening in me. I'm a mom of an 18-month-old. I was up last night in the night with my son. I didn't get to see him this morning before I headed out to be here, and that's hard. And I think it's just important to validate. APA recently was talking about how these years of early parenting can feel like the rush hour of life. And then added on top of that, for many of us who are in that place of the sandwich generation, we might be caring for our own parents or other aging loved ones. So I think one of the things that feels so salient for me in this territory is just the importance of, you were saying, compassion with ourselves and validation around the limitations that each of us has. I think about a group I was a part of where a young mom said, I'm just going to show up today tired because that's what I have, So there's something about holding grace for ourselves, this idea of good enoughness, and I think that's something about separating my worth from a particular performance indicator that paradoxically frees me to actually be able to show up more relationally and authentically in spaces. So I just think about the importance of holding each other through these years that are really hard when there's not, some people talk about balance. I think I cringe a little bit when I hear that word because it feels too, there's not enough dynamicness in it. In the research you were reviewing, Dr. Sandage, there's a dynamic dialectical nature in our relationships with our partners and with our kids. And so I think more about what are the rhythms that I can try to build into my life that can keep me afloat and help me to notice when I'm slipping. And it takes humility to be open to feedback from my partner and from others close to me about when they notice that maybe I'm coming across as a little irritable, or because we were talking earlier today about the limitations of our own self-awareness. We don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously talking about the concerning effects of burnout that could have on our professional performance, but it is interesting to wonder if sometimes we're harder on ourselves than those we work with would be. I don't think that's always the case, but I can remember having a long-term client earlier in my career when we had young children, and the case proceeded for a few years, and so then that client had children herself. And I can remember making an empathic statement one time in a session, just that I knew personally how draining it was. And she offered the comment, yeah, I remember when you had young children. You seem kind of out of it sometimes. Feedback from the source. And it was a client who, I guess, graciously continued to work with me for a number of years. So it was interesting, the sort of forgiveness from the client, or the acceptance, the normalization that came. And
I think authenticity is a part of that. I think about when I was pregnant and had a baby on the way and shared that with my clients. And some clients said, well, I don't know if you can show up for me. You're going to be up in the night, caring for your child. And so I tried to embody a stance of yeah, it's going to be a new challenge in my life developmentally. And I'll let you know, if I miss something you say, or just to get out from behind this, veneer of professionalism. Certainly different clients need different things, but with several people that actually strengthened our relationship.
Yeah, it seems like there's an underlying issue of perfectionism.
Yeah.
It's one that we probably do often try to help others with, but it's so operative in our own lives and relationships. You picked up on the balance theme. Let's sit with the question of boundaries, which also could evoke some complexity here. Around couple, family, wider relationships in our work, we're often encouraged, even expected ethically, to practice boundaries. And it seems like there's things that are helpful about that, but also things that are complex. So what do you all think about that theme?
Yeah, so I'm going to bring in my identity as a South Asian female provider, and one of the systemic issues that I face is that I am just, I've been in private practice now for 2 years, and before that I had a smaller private practice, but been in this community for almost a decade, and I have yet to find other couples therapists of color that I have really developed relationships with and trust and can cross-refer to. And this one's really hard for me because now I get a lot of referrals from couples who want to talk about isms in the work, like racism within their relationship, and they want someone who's really comfortable, confident, and can dive into those topics with them. Or they want someone with a shared cultural background. And I find it really difficult to tell them no, because I can sometimes hear the desperation in the inquiry around, we've been searching for so long, we really want to find someone who shares our background, who gets it, who understands the complex family dynamic that we have with even our extended family. We're willing to wait a few months to see you, and that can really eat away at me sometimes of maybe I can figure out where to make this work, maybe I can figure out how to fit them in. So I think it's hard when there's a systemic issue of not having maybe enough providers of color or enough that they have access to or know where to look. So I find that to be a particular challenge.
Yeah. And so a saying no might actually mean that there isn't some other great alternative, right? It's the boundary setting.
Yeah, or when they're convinced there's already a perception that I'm the best fit because of my identity or the work that I do, and my limitations around not knowing other providers who do similar work to me to cross-refer to.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this idea of enoughness, right? That it's often never enough in the work. Kind of putting my clergy hat on, thinking about when I've served as a parish pastor, the projections that congregants make on you as to what you can offer. One of my former colleagues once talked about, you walk into a church of 50 people and you ask each one to write the job description of the pastor, and you're going to get 50 different job descriptions. And I think this is true in the broader helping profession field, this misunderstanding or not full understanding of what is and isn't on offer, and the projections then that come up when somebody has to say, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Because you're shattering some of those hopes that they might have for you in that way. And then I think about how that bleeds into our family systems. So again, kind of going back to my story a little bit, not understanding the fullness of what my own father was going through as a provider, and thinking about how in couple and family work, so often these misunderstandings, these projections that partners and family members make on one another, and the disillusionment that happens when those projections are shattered, it can really be devastating. And to sit and not feel like it's my fault, right, for setting the boundary, but rather trying to understand systemically, how are these systems set up in such a way that all of the responsibility feels like it's on the therapist or on the clergy person or on the chaplain, and instead trying to get the system to recognize, why have we wound up in a place where all of this is projected on one person? I don't have a lot of answers to change that, but to hear if any of you have answers on that, but I think that's a bigger systemic question that we need to be asking, especially for people who really internalize that.
And can I offer another thing tied to boundaries that I think people often misinterpret? Like, I think many people think of boundaries as in, how many hours am I seeing clients, right? What are the hours, the balance of hours? And for me, I often think about, what are the boundaries I need to put up in this session? How am I keeping that differentiation of self and empathy alive in the moment? And I don't know where Elise went, but this might have been one of the articles, the few articles out there around providers of color working with either people within your own community or people with historically included identities. This is something that I'm still grappling with, but I feel like I have to prove my competence. And sometimes I still fall into the trap, even though I'm board certified, I have all this experience and credentialing, I still fall into the trap of overworking for my couples and feeling like I need to really carry the work and do extra work for them because of this perception of, am I good enough? I need to prove that as a young South Asian woman, they made the right choice, rather than working with the dozens of other therapists who maybe don't have the same biases or stereotypes working against them. And so that's a boundary that I feel like I have to constantly assess. Like, I am going to show up with my skills and my knowledge and not overwork, not create a codependency, which can definitely, when I'm doing that, I can feel the burnout after the session. It's immediate.
I had a supervisor really for consultation early in my career for a number of years of couples therapy, and he had a mantra he would often end the consult. It would be a few of us therapists meeting with him, and he had this little mantra he liked to go back to that he would end the sessions with. It's, remember, it's not our job to solve their problems. And it was a little aphorism that always kind of caught me, like as an interesting jolt of a reminder, because the work kind of pulls the other direction, I think, the over-responsibility.
I'm thinking about, how deeply meaningful my work is, and kind of contrasting, I've been on this journey of transitioning to parenthood. And I think one thing that I've noticed in myself is just experiencing family life as so meaningful has been helpful for me, and kind of not putting all my eggs in one basket, so to speak. I spent many, many years preparing to work as a psychologist, and I'm deeply invested in that identity. So when you're talking about boundaries, I think about this kind of ebb and flow. Boundaries, the language of boundaries, even for me, right now with the toddler, feels a little bit too, every day is different, right? But I guess what I'm saying is when I'm going deeper into like my motivations, back to that image of the iceberg, I notice that when I can tap into how deeply meaningful it is to be a parent and to be a partner, that helps me to be able to create 30 seconds of pause in my professional life before I say yes to something. When people come to me and it sounds like a great opportunity, or it's a client and my stuff gets activated, just to kind of pause and reflect, is this something that I have bandwidth to do or that I want to do right now? Are there other people that could take this on? And I noticed that's a very different place in myself than, say, as a graduate student or a postdoc, where my work was deeply meaningful. I had a lot of space in my life for it. So I think there's this kind of reshifting process that is happening for me as a young parent, where I'm trying to get more thoughtful about what I say yes to, because I recognize it's saying no, in a way, to time in these personal relationships, and that deeply matters to me. And sometimes that looks like for today, for example, where I'm here all day, like leaning into time with my family over the weekend, like not having other commitments or appointments, and just sitting there on the floor and being present. And I think that is one of the gifts of kids, is they do bring you into the present moment. I think my son, I said he's my teacher, he actually helps me when I get home to not be thinking about clients, right? To kind of release that sense of responsibility back into the universe or whatever, and our on-call clinician, right? So that I can be present with him in the time we have. Like a radical presence.
He's certainly not thinking about the client.
That's right. So I just need to join him.
Do we have some questions coming in?
We do, yeah. Well, Dr. Crabtree is joining us online, and just pointed out something coming out of the study that I want to name, and it also probably relates to your story, Jonathan, that in our qualitative study, many partners of helping professionals seem to feel like their own needs took a bit of a backseat when the helping professional was drained, right? Came home drained. And that happens. I'm thinking about that in my own life. It seems like occasionally, that could be okay, but if that becomes chronic, that your partner or your children or others you're providing care to at home, if they feel like their needs are taking a backseat, that could cause a lot of stress on the relationship. So we can grapple with this question of how do we support helping professionals in the real demands of their work, so that it's not on their partner or family to take up the responsibility of keeping everything light. That could create a systemic dynamic at home of kind of like walking on eggshells, or not feeling like you can express yourself because you notice your partner is at their limit.
Yeah. Other thoughts about that dilemma?
I think sometimes I often will say to couples when they're navigating issues of boundaries is the reminder that nobody likes hitting a boundary, as necessary as they are. It's not fun to hit one. And I will give the analogy of like a guardrail on the freeway. If you're driving down the freeway and you hit black ice and you spin out, that guardrail may save you from going over the edge, but it's still not fun to hit. It still might do damage to your car, right? So when we set boundaries, to be aware that there may and oftentimes is going to be pushback. That doesn't mean that things have failed. It doesn't mean that things are going wrong. And I think how we preempt those conversations on, does this feel right? Does it feel good? Are people happy? More to thinking holistically about what it means to be healthy, which sometimes means, doing the hard thing, facing the hard emotion. That's an important reframe to think about, especially for, I think, folks who are helping professionals who really genuinely, we want people to do better. That's why we go into this work. We want people to feel, fulfilled and whole and to flourish. And to recognize that part of that sometimes means saying no, right? One of our colleagues, Nancy Dever, wrote a book, Saying No to Say Yes, how setting those boundaries sometimes will lead to kind of initial resistance from the folks that we set that with, whether it's our clients, whether it's our families, our partners, but how it can lead to a longer term sense of flourishing because it creates more health in the system. So rethinking what that looks like, what success looks like, I think is a really important part of that conversation.
And I'm also thinking about just proactively having conversations with your partner throughout the course of your relationship around what you both need. And certainly this has been an evolving conversation with my partner around, I'm listening to people sometimes for hours a day, but to me it's less, once again, about the hours and more about how much did this session take out of me. And when that happens, there might be moments where I'm like, I just need to talk to you. I just need to talk at you. I haven't had a chance to even chit chat with people today because I'm in private practice and I work from home. And certainly he'll have moments where he comes home feeling something really awful happened. Do you have the bandwidth right now to listen to me? And we just have to kind of negotiate and navigate, where are we both at? What do we both need? And interestingly, with family life too, with kids getting sick, one of our biggest arguments, where I really had to explain the nuance of my work to him was how it's not that I'm prioritizing work when I'm saying like, hey, actually, could you really rearrange things to go pick her up from school? Because I don't want to late cancel 10 minutes before a session. And he's like, well, why can't you do that? And I had to explain how dynamic work works, that it's really not ideal to cancel on clients last minute. They come hoping to see you and talk through things, and then this becomes a part of the transference reaction they may have to around, you have to talk about, how it impacted them. And that consistency and holding the frame is really important in our work, and that was something he didn't understand beforehand and really had a better understanding of after I explained it to him, so that it corrected his perception that I was putting work first versus kids. It was that I was really trying to navigate the nuances of what's important with our work and juggling everything that we also have to do together in our personal life.
Well, I was going to say, I think this question invites kind of reflection on something that we often don't get in our training, I don't believe, which is an opportunity to kind of think about what are my practices of transitioning between work and other parts of life. And rather than just having that happen, what could I actually do as, you could call that boundary setting, but it's really a little bit different than that. It's kind of the way I transition into a different space, right? And probably for many of us, sometimes that's quite haphazard, or for me, sometimes it's quite sloppy. But I know that things go better when I'm intentional about that. And I've had a chance to work with a lot of couples who are in the helping professions. And this seems like a really useful conversation to at least give some pause and thought to that. I think it was part of what was hard for many people during the pandemic, because working from home, there was really no transitional space or process. But I know for myself, that's often a mistake if I don't do that.
It just made me think about the liminality that we were speaking of this morning, how whatever your transition is, whether it's walking down the stairs from your office or whether it's a drive home in the midst of traffic, like it's easy to kind of just be in a haze. And so creating some intentionality around, I know for me, music is often very powerful and kind of like holding my emotional state, but other days it's just silence, you know, just honoring the silence of that transition, but in an intentional way, not just, oh my gosh, I'm rushing to get home.
Yeah. Other questions?
Yeah, people want us to talk about time in impacting all these dynamics. And I think time is something that gets very scrunched in the years of having young kids. But what are you all's thoughts about time? And I suppose that could also spin us into a conversation about things organizations can do to support their employees' well-being, you know, when they're thinking about navigating time and what each person might need.
Yeah, I think organizationally, kind of from the clergy side of it, one of the things that I stress in a lot of the consulting work that I do with congregations is that it is really on the organization systemically to set up their clergy, their chaplains well, to model to congregational settings, here are the boundaries that this clergy person needs. I think we often, you know, getting back to the conversation about boundaries, there's often so much conversation on how the helping professional needs to have the boundaries. And as such, if something goes wrong, therefore it was the helping professional who did something wrong. From where I sit, it is so much more systemic in the sense that the systems oftentimes have perpetuated a system that do not allow boundaries to exist. I think for mental health professionals, when I moved more into clinical work, you know, I had things like the code of ethics that made it a little easier, actually, that I could lean on. But when I was a clergy person, I mean, it was expected. If you got the phone call at 11 o'clock at night that someone was in the hospital, you went to the hospital. One of my colleagues right out of seminary described that she had taken a position, and one morning when she was in the shower, she heard her front door open. It was a member of her board who just walked into her home that was owned by the church. And he said, well, we own your home, and so we needed to meet with you, so your door has to always be open. And how those expectations, when she had a reaction, right, and then was subsequently fired, she wasn't able to find another position, so much was targeted on her. She's being overreactive, right? She is difficult to work with. My question to the judicatory was, how did the system get to this point where so many places along the way said that was acceptable behavior? So I think we need to have this conversation from a systemic point of view, how this also impacts the families and our partners, right? What they're stepping into. How even as helping professionals, right, we may have slightly more awareness of this, but to understand what are we asking of our families and our family systems. Again, you know, I talked about I didn't know what that was like when I was growing up, and my dad would get home late and I wouldn't understand why he didn't want to play ball with me like all of my friends' fathers did. And so how we prepare, you know, our family systems for these complicated boundary conversations is equally important to our own flourishing.
Makes me think about a conversation I had with a clergy person this week, and they were saying, you know, my congregation is so delighted when I visit their kids in the hospital or their loved ones, but my child has a lot of medical issues, and when I need to step away to visit my own child in the hospital, there's a lot of, you know, complex feelings that come up. So it does get to something about, in some of these faith communities, people feeling almost in a way like they own their clergy person, and kind of forgetting that they are a human being, often with a family, with a partner, that should, you know, be attended to.
Unfortunately, I could add a whole bunch of stories to the same thing about clergy from my clinical work over the years that are just alarming stories, like the walking into the house. There's too many of those. I think one constructive thing I'm seeing out of folks out at Duke Divinity School is developing some resources to try to educate congregations. I believe one of your mentors, David Olson, is working on some of this too, where make some efforts to try to help. Now, not every congregation is going to be receptive to this conversation, but I see some signs that putting together some of the research in this area, what are the issues at stake, and trying to educate congregations on not just doing the status quo, but being thoughtful about the well-being of clergy and their families. Not to mention, the equity issues that in traditional contexts sometimes where the working assumption is that we get the partner to do work too with one salary. And when spouses or family members start to push back against that, sometimes it actually can kind of threaten the job security of the clergy member. So that whole set of dynamics needs some wider systemic efforts to try to help congregations realize how that just really isn't sustainable.
Yeah, and not only the job security of the helping professional or the clergy person, what can also happen, right, is when the partner of the clergy person sets the boundary, right, and says, I'm actually not going to lead the Bible study on the side, and how that then can cause conflict within the family system, right, which then the congregation can see as, oh, the pastor doesn't have a healthy family, right, and all the ways that can snowball. So even the boundary setting between members in the family and how that's communicated, I think, is an important thing to highlight.
Lots of great questions coming in, so keep sending them. When helping professionals are struggling to prioritize their own needs, their own formation, we've been talking about the systemic pulls that might contribute to that. What are some of the ways that might impact their families?
Well, I think we've certainly talked already about emotional drain.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, feeling like there's not enough patience or emotional energy to engage with family members. But I've also seen this with the dissonance that I mentioned earlier. Wait, I'm a great couples therapist. I'm struggling to be present or struggling to be the parent I want to be. And I can manage, I noticed myself in certain moments wanting to manage that dissonance by running into work more. Right? Like maybe I'll just take on a couple extra clients because then I can hire a babysitter who can be more present. And this is the thing that's easier for me right now is the couples work than navigating my own trauma history with with family and really diving into that. That can feel harder to me sometimes. Yeah. And so the opposite of what you might expect.
I'm glad you articulated that, Dr. Patel, because I was trying to figure out how to get at that I was coming up for me is that the simple, we need to set boundaries. This is another example of the sort of below the waterline type of stuff, right? That if, and also I've seen it with couples I've worked with, that if the relationship itself or family relationships feel conflicted, it can feel kind of reinforcing to just lean into work. That can feel a useful distraction, right? And so to simply say set boundaries doesn't quite deal with facing the stuff you're talking about so candidly. Other kinds of costs, that was really the question.
Another thing I'll add is I really liked the metaphor of salt, too much of a good thing. Because I have found that, navigating what I'm navigating at home, but also like wanting to develop all my skills and knowledge, it's really hard to be a parent in 2024. There's too many podcasts, there's too many books, there's too many blog posts, and I find myself overdosing on this salt sometimes of, I need to read this, I need to look at this, I need to see what Dr. Becky said recently. And that is a recipe for burnout. It just creates a lot of anxiety, and then I get in my own head around, am I up to date on the best way to manage my own kids? Am I giving clients the right advice? So that's another impact, is that I'm less present and I'm more anxious around what am I doing right and what am I doing wrong.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about one concept in Bowen family systems theory, which is kind of the modality from which I practice, the idea of the nuclear family projection, which is where, often one member of the family, usually the child, becomes sick, right, or becomes the problem, the identified patient, if you will. And I've seen this with helping professionals' families, right, who will come in and they have someone who is incredibly symptomatic. And oftentimes the deep irony, right, again, it gets back to how head knowledge sometimes does not translate into the way that we have the enactment. The clergy person or the helping professional will come in and they'll give me the analysis. They know what's wrong with their child. And so the systemic reframe, right, to say, is it perhaps that the breakdowns that are happening in the family around a lack of differentiation, the ability to navigate, kind of the disillusionment when people are not around or are not living up to the family roles, could that be influencing some of the behaviors and some of the symptoms that you're seeing? To really kind of shift that can really be eye-opening and also incredibly painful, right? Because it requires the helping professional to also look at the systems they are a part of. And there can be some real, kind of soul searching that happens. I've seen, again, particularly clergy say, I stepped away from the ministry. Yeah, my congregation was challenging and whatnot, but really when I became aware of the impacts it has on my family, right? That's why I had to step away. I think that's pretty telling.
I'm aware as we're talking that probably among folks who are here today, there are many different family constellations. So just wanting to hold up and honor, those who may be operating as single parents, who may have both partners perhaps in a helping profession, who might have just different family system constellations, having extended family members live with them, or perhaps are very far from family, which can be pretty difficult when kids are young. There was a question that came in specifically about some unique challenges that might come up in families where both partners are helping professionals of some kind. What are your all's thoughts about that?
The question was about the unique challenges.
Yeah, when you're partnered with someone who is also a helping professional.
Well, I am in that situation. So the unique challenges. I think I'm attuned to the amount of emotional weight and strain that both of us are exposed to. So you think about the cumulative exposure to suffering would be the way that we've been thinking about it today. And the reality that there can be times where we could spend the whole evening processing that if we chose to. So it does require sort of decisions about how much of that would be helpful, how much of it would be helpful to do something else and turn our attention. I also am reminded of kind of a humorous episode where I got into a discussion with one of our daughters about that, and she said, "My friends think it's really weird that both my parents are therapists." And that was fairly benign in and of itself, but I actually had not tuned in to what is the social perception of that. What would kids' friends think of that? And project, to use your language, to project onto that. But I think that speaks to the need to find space to check in about some of those kinds of dynamics. And there's harder conversations to have in that realm from some of the stuff we've been talking about. So I think that's one of the questions is where do you find the space and intentionality to check in with those around any of us about those dynamics?
You mentioned unique constellations of families, and I think one of the ways that this can play out in a very unique way, which I can't off the top of my head think about it in any other profession, is the concept of clergy couples, where not only are both folks helping professionals, they are sharing a position. They may be working in the same position. So thinking about the ways, splitting can happen, right? If half of your congregation likes you and the other half likes your partner, and the way that dynamic can play out. The expectations, again, of, do we get a 2-for-1 deal? Do we split your salary, but we expect you both to work full-time? So those are some unique ways that I think this shows up for clergy couples, but I know that there are, numerous examples of clergy couples, right, who have had to navigate these unique challenges in a way that really I can't think off the top of my head of another profession where that dynamic would play out so kind of explicitly. But yeah, so thinking about triangulation, the splitting, the taking sides, the competition, right, if one is the senior pastor and one is the associate pastor, things like that. If one, has an additional degree and the other one doesn't, all the ways those dynamics can play out.
Thinking too about all of our work with chaplains who have been significant participants in our CHRYSALIS program, and just the things that we hear from them about, especially when you're in a situation where you have frequent and ongoing exposure to death. Just what that does in your body, spirit, soul. Some people grappling with wanting to talk to their partners some about, what their day has held, the number of codes at the hospital, the bedsides they've been by, and also not wanting to traumatize their partners, right? Which I guess returns us to this piece we keep coming back to today of the importance of having relational spaces with colleagues. I guess it does get tricky when your partner is also a colleague. I'm also partnered with another psychologist, and I think there are moments where that's beautiful, right? Where we can really support each other in our work, and other moments where it gets tricky. It's like, are we talking right now as colleagues doing case consultation, or am I allowed to be mad at you because I feel like you're not showing up for me, right? So I think just it's role diversity when you have that shared identity. And I think you spoke earlier about the importance of just ongoing collaboration, because you might need different things every night of the week.
Yeah, I'm projecting right now, imagining what it would be like to be with another therapist, thinking, I know a rut that my husband and I fall into is we try not to talk about our kids all the time, but is it for you all, let's try not to talk about our clients and our kids all the time, and finding kind of new sources of information or things to kind of connect around.
Yeah, I think it feels like on a good day, it's again the intentionality it could be helpful and intentionality, and the way we've talked about it is consent. That rather than just jumping into some of that, it's checking in and seeing if it's a decent time, right? Because I think I really like Dr. Crabtree's spillover thing. This stuff can just spill over, leak into without the intentionality and the sort of consent negotiation. Look, something really tough came up at work, I could use a few minutes to process it. So that seems like a really important practice rather than just diving in or thinking uncritically about getting into that.
I'm thinking about one of my early mentors in my career who encouraged me to write out all the things that I was noticing I was being exposed to in my work, including like suffering, trauma, feelings of helplessness, and then invited me to think about the opposite of each of those things. And then to think about how do you bring this into conversation with your partner and decide how you're going to proactively create spaces for the opposite of those daily exposures in your life. So sometimes it's just about leaning deeply into something that brings us into the present moment, like cooking a good meal together when we have the energy to cook a real dinner at the end of a long day, right? Or like vitalizing practices that keep us alive and connected, that are not about the work, and that are also not about even strategizing parenting. Because I think when you're a helping professional and you have this self-reflection, it's also easy to get really thoughtful about what your family needs. And every conversation can't be, an intense strategizing conversation. Sometimes you just need to be together and not need to do, right?
I know we don't have much time left, but I'm curious, do you all feel like you saw models around this in your training, or is this something that is not really addressed or isn't easy to find perspectives on? I'm wondering about the training angle of how do we figure out how to navigate this.
I really just wish, even reflecting on this conversation today, that question had ever been asked throughout my 5 years of training, or even during fellowship, around how are you talking about this with your partner? How are you thinking about your clinical work and what you want to create and what you want to have in your family life? That was never a question that was posed.
I'm thinking for me, it was a lot of kind of myself as the therapist, Aponte's work, really being aware of what what I was reacting to, right? What were the enactments I was having with, whether it was my parishioners when I was serving in a parish, whether it's my clients, whether it's people I'm supervising, you know, watching what are those relational things that are coming up for me. And I wish we did more of that. I mean, a lot of that I kind of pursued on my own in postgraduate training, and thinking about how important that was. And I think it increasingly becomes important the longer I'm in this work. The more relationships I have, the more I have to be aware of how they get enacted in the spaces that I occupy. So yeah, I think seeing more of that is important.
I remember getting the messaging that being in graduate school can be really stressful on your relationships, so take care of yourself, which, as we've surfaced today, I don't think is adequate. It almost just more created trepidation in me, like, oh no. So some of these questions that, you know, you all are surfacing, I think we should consider, how do we tie that in to training? Like, there's questions coming up about how do you navigate when you do feel a lack of support from family, maybe extended family that doesn't understand the work you're doing, or is being racist or homophobic, you know, when you're experiencing oppression in your family system. And how can, in training, we help people to think about and notice when they might be pulled into providing care for their partners? Not, you know, partner to partner, but kind of like I have my chaplain hat on or my therapist hat on and I'm therapizing my family member. No one in training talked to me about that, right? Or the informed consent I feel like we should have, that when you learn to see the world at a deeper level, there's pain in that, because you'll see dynamics, say in your extended family or family of origin, that you can't fix or change, and there's mourning that needs to be done there. So these questions you all are raising, I think if there are ways we can weave that into graduate training, even ongoing professional development spaces, rather than us just feeling like we have to go talk in a corner with a random colleague, to elevate it.
Yeah, to move it into training, see it as part of the work, actually. Well, we're going to have to stop here for a 15-minute break. Thank you all for contributions here. So we'll take 15 minutes and come back for our final session of the day.
Welcome back to our final segment of the Peale Conference. We have pulled together this distinguished panel, and our goal is to talk about groups a little bit more explicitly and components of groups and group processes for helping professionals that are in the service of flourishing and diminishing and preventing burnout. So our group is going to look kind of groupy. And one component of that is I have asked each of our panel members to go ahead and introduce themselves in a way that would be similar to how we would do it in something like a CHRYSALIS group. So many of them you've met already, but we're going to go ahead and do it that way. Since I'm new to the program, I'll go ahead and start, and then maybe we can just go around. So I'm George Stavros. I'm the executive director of the Danielson Institute at Boston University. I'm a licensed psychologist, and I have been so deeply honored and really overwhelmed by the wisdom shared by our colleagues today, and so grateful for everyone that's been present. So thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Priya Amaresh. I serve as the Hindu chaplain at Duke University. I'm a teacher by profession, graduated from University of Michigan, and taught for many years, and my journey has been very unique that brought me here to this platform today, but chaplaincy, the practice of yoga, all of that has kind of intertwined and made life very fulfilling for me, and I am very honored to be here amongst all of you, distinguished professors and educators and therapists and all the different fields that you're in. I appreciate being amongst all of you. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. Jonathan Vanderbeck. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker and the Assistant Director of Training at the Danielson Institute. I'm also an ordained Presbyterian PCUSA minister and serve as the coordinator of clergy and congregational welfare here at the Institute. And yeah, I'm also just so privileged and excited to be with such a diverse group of folks who are thinking deeply about these intersections in a way that we really, I think, need to be thinking about as a society at this time. So to be in dialogue with all of you on the panel and with all of you online is a real privilege. So thanks.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Judy Gerstenblith. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a counseling psychologist as well as a postdoctoral research fellow at the Danielson Institute. And in that capacity, I do both research and clinical work, and have especially enjoyed being part of the CHRYSALIS program from many different angles, both the research side and the clinical side, and some of the back-end procedures as well. So it's been really fun, and just feel really honored and privileged to be a part of this group up here.
Hello, my name is Eric Brown. I'm an assistant professor of mental health counseling and behavioral medicine at Boston University. Years ago, before that, I was a senior pastor for 11 years, and just happy to be here.
Great. Thank you, everybody. So, two things before we get into some dialogue about the ingredients, some of the key ingredients that groups can offer in relation to promoting flourishing. The first is embedded in the title of our panel, which is Wisdom, Vulnerability, and Aliveness as key group process components of flourishing. So I guess we're kind of showing our cards a little bit in that we think those three are probably on the list. Wisdom, vulnerability, and aliveness. But I'm sure we'll talk about things beyond that. The second thing is something that's occurred to me several times, and I've actually had a couple conversations about it over the course of the day, is that we are so fortunate and blessed and privileged at the Danielson Institute to have the kinds of resources through the Danielson family, financially, and being given a mission that orients us to do the kind of work that are part of this conference. We're aware that it is a luxury to be able to think with each other about things like what promotes flourishing, to actually have time to create the kinds of groups we've been talking about within our training program, and to have the room and the freedom to experiment with things and to see what works and what doesn't. And we just want to say we appreciate that that's a rare privilege. And so we don't want to orient our conversation just towards, well, what if you had room to do things? We realize not everybody has a lot of room. But what we do want to do is go back to this idea of ingredients, because what the CHRYSALIS program and so much of our research is showing is that groups have a kind of particular power or particular possibility for putting the brakes on things like isolation, vicarious trauma, loneliness, anxiety, alienation, and for promoting things like a sense of belonging and a sense of mutual appreciation, attunement, things like that. So that's what we're going for, is we want to try and name some ingredients. And we've got a wonderful group of people here who have a lot of experience with all kinds of groups. And so we're going to try and tap into that. Around 4 o'clock, we're going to take 15 minutes of questions and answers from our participants. And then we will finish up with Dr. Sandage providing some closing comments. So if that sounds like an okay plan, I'm going to jump in with a priming question for our group. Please jump in however you want. Let's interact with one another around the questions. Be curious with one another. But our first question is, can you identify an experience either pre-professionally or extra-professionally, so not identified with your professional self and activity, where you were part of a group that provided you a sense of belonging, that invited all of you in and gave you the choice about how much to bring in, where you didn't feel like you had to check vital parts of yourself at the door. So that could be anything. Just let that percolate, and please, first person who's got something, jump in and let's just roll it. Again, with the idea that we're looking for the ingredients that groups can provide in this way.
I'll say.
Okay.
I became part of a yoga community and a diverse group, and they all coming from different backgrounds, not necessarily Hindu or not necessarily looking for exercise or something. There was something more than that. It was yoga at a different level. And in Hindu culture, there is a premise of how you live, living a yogic life. And so we always come in with this chant of Om. And Om is a universal sound. And it's a vibration. And they say, you know, when we come together with this one sound vibration, everything comes to harmony. And so the more and more you practice it, and the more and more you become familiar with it, it doesn't sound odd or awkward, but it just brings everybody in. It's like this hum sound. And I tend to do that now when I gather groups. I just say, okay, let's Om in for a moment, settle your mind, empty out, leave all the baggage that you brought here, leave it out, and just start afresh, whatever it is you want to go forward with. So that community, which was very wonderful because it was diverse. It wasn't like the community I grew up with where we all had similar understanding of what we could or what we couldn't do. This was available openness. So that was kind of a nice experience. And somebody was using the word mantra today. I think it was Dr. Sandage. And I just want to share the word mantra, which is Om is a sound vibration. It's a mantra. But it's like the word itself in Sanskrit means to transcend the mind. Man means mind, tra, to transcend. And it's become a universal word, probably found in the Webster's Dictionary nowadays, but to have an affirmation. And so when we come together in a group, an affirmation that can kind of cultivate a positive feeling. So when we come together, what is it you can just repeat in your mind over and over again that will change a negative to a positive, bring a lighter feeling within you, and allow you to share without any hesitation. Mm-hmm. So that kind of has created my world of openness and willing to share.
That's a great start. So I'm not going to do this every time, but maybe I will. So an opportunity to bring all of yourself in, to try to like check at the door things that might get in the way or limit you, and then find within that group experience things that really connect you at deep levels to other people, either through practices or through the gathering itself or the sharing, whatever happens there.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great example.
Priya, there's something really regulating about what you're sharing in starting a group that way. And I'm thinking about a particular group experience which involved many of my senses. And I think in a similar way that it was regulating and ritualized, but also then made way and made space for spontaneity and fresh ideas and insights. I was part of a program after college where I was learning, kind of diving deeply into my tradition and learning Jewish texts. And there was sort of this natural subgroup, or several subgroups that sort of developed when I was in that program. And one of these subgroups was my roommates, people I was living with, And then there was like an apartment above us, and there was an apartment in the building next to us. And we found ourselves just sort of naturally coming together every week around a ritual in Judaism. It's called Havdalah, which is essentially means separation or differentiation or distinguishing. And it was a way to, I've just been thinking about this as we've been talking all day. It's kind of how to navigate through this liminal space of transitioning from this extremely sacred day of Shabbat into the rest of the week. And so we just sort of naturally, we didn't say, oh, let's come together and do this ritual. It just happened where we all gathered together in our apartment and we did this ritual together, which involves several of the senses. We were singing together and we were smelling spices and we were drinking the wine or the grape juice and we were looking at this fire and we were engaging this ritual together. And again, it wasn't just the regulating aspects of using all of our senses in this ritual, but it was also what happened before the ritual and what happened after the ritual and how did this open up space and how did this deepen our relationships throughout the rest of the week. And even though we're all sort of dispersed throughout the country and throughout the world at this point, we still come together at times and try to engage in this.
I'm thinking about that coming together from all different parts. My practice, it's being a Peloton rider. This started during the pandemic. I joined the Peloton obsession during the pandemic when kind of my regular routine of going to the gym, of seeing people that I knew, right, we couldn't do that. And, there was something really impactful, especially those early days when we were all still trying to find a rhythm to life. I know for me, clinically, I was seeing, sometimes 40, 45 sessions a week of just people constantly in crisis. And what it was like to know that no matter what I had been going through, people from all over the country, we all kind of got together for a purpose, to go to a class. And, there were people who were in isolation in their apartments in New York City. There were people, I was living in Michigan at the time, right? So there's people who, we were out in rural parts of the country, and no matter where we were, we could just kind of come together for this common purpose. And like the physical embodiment of it, right? It wasn't, not that it's ever been for me, but it wasn't like about getting in shape or anything like that. It was about, kind of putting body into motion, kind of literally working out the pain and the grief and the fatigue that we had kind of collectively experienced over the days and the weeks of the pandemic. And that's just been something that, I've always returned to. When I celebrated my 1,000th ride this year, and I went down to New York to take a live ride. That's a big deal in the Peloton community, by the way.
Who is your instructor?
Cody.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good call.
Oh, yeah. It's been described as like kind of going on a pilgrimage. You go to New York City and you take the live ride in studio. And, part of me was like, these are like really intense people who do this, I'm gonna feel kind of on the outs. And it sounds a little like geeky, but like, it's that shared experience of, we all know that we're a little weird because we're also into this thing. People look at us like, what are you doing? But to go and to be a part of that, this shared experience, which people who, if you don't ride Peloton, you would not understand why 1,000 rides on a bike is a big deal. And to feel welcomed into something that we all shared collectively. And to trade stories with people who had similar experiences of saying, right, I might not have been able to talk to anyone, but during the pandemic, right, because you can ride with people live, to know that there were people on the other side of the country, right, who were waiting for me to log on to my class at 7 o'clock on Wednesday night or something like that. So that collective, coming together from multiple places, that was really important, knowing that I had people all over the country, if not world, right, who were wondering where I would be if I didn't show up for a Wednesday night class. The physical embodiment and action of really working through my stuff, physically pounding it out, sweating it out. And you know, the notion of ritual and of repetition, to really have it be something that, you know, in so many elements of my life, I give to other people. But like, nope, that's my ride time. That's what I do. And to know that that's like sacred for me was really important when so many things that were sacred, especially early on in the pandemic, were taken away from us. So.
Great example. Good.
Yeah, I'm thinking years ago when I was in seminary, I was born and raised in Texas and was at a very white seminary in West Texas. Went there because it was tied to my church tradition, and my dad had gone there 25 years prior. And I remember struggling with the cultural dissonance there. And actually, I haven't thought about this in 25 years, 20 years. But the seminary, the MDiv program, set up these mentoring groups. And as a professor now, I am so thankful that these professors gave up their time to do this. And we met, I'm trying to think, was it once a week or once every other week? It was 4 of us as students and 1 professor. And we got to meet in their offices. And there was no agenda other than just hearing us out. How are you doing this week? And it took me a while, but probably within maybe 3 or 4 months in, I started being really honest with what I was experiencing as a black student in the seminary and how I didn't feel, how I knew they were not preparing me for the churches that I was even working in at the time, much less. And as best they could, they listened and they empathized. And that was a powerful experience. It wasn't enough, but it was enough to keep me going. Because I know if it wasn't for those groups, I would have dropped out. And I don't know if I would have risked going anywhere else.
Okay. So a couple things that emerged. Embodiment was a piece of several of the ingredients. Being called together in a way, either formally, informally, by virtue of a Peloton schedule or what you've put together because you're all away and you figured this thing out, or the professors made themselves available, or the yoga class was taking place. There's kind of a calling together. This may be a little bit of a reach, but I know in Greek, the word ekklesia, or it's roughly translated church, but it's the root for ecclesial. It's a compound word. It's a prefix, ek, and then klesia, which means called together. So there's something to be, I think, that we can identify that is an ingredient, whether it's a chrysalis group or a professional group, or I think what we want to do is just highlight things that people, each of us, might already have some access to, that we can start to think of as a somewhat sacred place of embodied wisdom, of being called together, of belonging, of ritual, of togetherness that is protective. And not just protective, but it's building up. It's conducive to flourishing as well. So let's start with our lives and think where we have places to connect there. And then we'll move now to the second question, which is, can we identify places in our professional lives over the course from beginning training all the way to the present where we have benefited from being part of a group? Again, one where we don't have the sense we have to check much at the door. We can choose how much we want to bring in, and that's a good choice to be able to make. So in our current professional lives, not as leaders yet, we'll do that one last, but just in our professional lives, a sustaining, wisdom-providing, vital, attuned place. And whoever's ready to jump in, jump in.
Well, I can start out here. Earlier this morning, I told the story about personal groups I've created. And in a previous panel, I talked about working at a community mental health clinic where there's peer supervision groups set up. But I experienced that again when I was in the Chicago area and working at a private practice. And we had peer supervision. And most of these therapists, I mean, they'd been in practice for 20 years or more, you know. But it was so comforting just to be there and to hear their wisdom, right? But also to hear my frustrations as a new clinician being reflected and seeing some of this stuff is not me. You know, it's just a part of the work itself. And at both of those places, again, two totally different places, community mental health clinic serving financially under-resourced Black and brown persons in Southeast Virginia, and then a predominantly white clinic in a suburb of Chicago, right? Both of those places had really high retention rates of clinicians. And I've always assumed it had to do with, I mean, there are several factors, right? But those peer supervision groups, where the directors of both those clinics, they chose very well the clinicians who would help lead the discussions. And they modeled for us the vulnerability, you know, in that space. And I'm thankful for both of those experiences.
Mm-hmm. Can you say any more about how they modeled vulnerability in particular?
Yeah. I'm thinking both places, these leaders in the groups that I was a part of, it might have helped that they were psychodynamic. Okay. And so they would reveal just enough. I mean, as we do as clinicians anyway, right? They would reveal just enough about their own backgrounds or, you know, some of the family of origin issues to reflect on how this was influencing their work. And I have to say, both places, since there were high retention rates, and these people have been in groups together for years. And so there was enough trust there and a willingness to be open to feedback, right? I mean, you've seen me, one clinician saying, you know, and I knew they had a close relationship so they could say this, but they were saying, you know, you always struggle with patients who struggle with this. Mm-hmm. There's a pattern here. And there were smiles and recognition, you know, that this is true. It was a beautiful experience that, again, I know a lot of people don't have, right? And I was just fortunate. I've worked in other clinics where we did not have that at all, right? And there was such burnout and exhaustion already that I think it would have been really hard to try to form those groups during the times I was there. Right? It's hard to know what comes first. You know what I'm saying? You have to have enough health to have halfway decent groups, particularly when you're talking about peers. Right? But again, I was incredibly fortunate to be a part of those, so much so that my students that I teach, when I teach them during their last semester, I ask them to look around, you know, the people you're closest to now. See if you can stay in touch. You're going to have your supervisors that you have to have for licensure, right? But if you can plan to stay in touch with maybe 2 others that you hang out with anyway, people who knew you before you graduated, right? You will always be just. And I have had students in each cohort, I've had a few students do that. And I hope that they're going to be better off for it. Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that, Eric, because I was going to say my example is my doctoral cohort that I am still in touch with. I can think of a lot of kind of ingredients as to why I think we we've hung together for all the years since we've graduated. We just got together a few weeks ago from all over the country. Some of us are in California, some in Kentucky, some in South Carolina. They all came up to Boston. It was my turn to host our group. And I think about, the doctor of social work degree is a pretty rare degree, so there's some uniqueness to not having a lot of other colleagues in that. Navigating what it means in a professional environment to have that degree, because a lot of places don't know what to do with people who have that degree, because again, it's relatively new in the way it's used in the field. So there was this, I think, commonality that was shared in struggling, I think, to find our identity. So it was that shared struggle that actually bound us together, and has kind of kept us, even though we all do very different things professionally. Some are in military behavioral health, some are in higher education, some are clinicians like I am, but to think about the way we needed each other, right? We really, a lot of our faculty in our doctoral program did not have the same degrees. They had PhDs. We had the DSW, which is a practical doctorate. So even our faculty, right, didn't always look like us and have those same experiences. So we needed to create something that held us together. We were kind of forging our own path. And there's something that really holds you together, I think, when you do that. And it's something that those experiences you go through that other people can't quite relate to are the things that really hold you together, I think, sometimes.
We have the term of a guru. You've probably heard the word guru, Sanskrit. I was looking out my room at that Hotel Elliott, and it said auto guru. I was like, oh, they're using this out there. But the word guru means to remove darkness. So gu meaning as like you're in a cave, and the ru is like the sunlight coming out and bringing that awareness. We had a guru in our community that arrived after many years of my parents being in Flint, Michigan, who enlightened the community to understand what is your purpose, what is you're here in this new world, kind of creating a new community for yourselves, trying to navigate in a new culture. How do you uphold where you come from and what you're going to do with what you come from, with your roots, and how are you going to support that? This guru has been, from that community, has led me, I want to say. He's no longer in the body, but his teachings and his bringing of knowledge from our scriptures has paved my path to where I am. So now, students who refer to me as a guru, it's like, oh, that's very deep. And there's a term, G, when you add your suffix to your name, G, it's like they're showing such respect because you are now in the know, you're guiding us. So that vulnerability of like, do I know enough to guide you? I am just going to share with you where I've come from and what foundations have helped me to stay happy and be where I am and be able to serve you. But it becomes, a teacher, a student, friend to friend. This relationship has to be very secure and cohesive, that we support each other. We're both learning from each other. Just like a child can be your guru, anything can be our guru, anything that awakens you to an awareness of your purpose, that is your guru. Just like Dr. Laura was saying about her child, she goes home and she learns something from the child. That is what we all have to experience from one another as friends, as colleagues, as neighbors. So it's also vulnerable because you have to be in that space of like, are you able to share? Are you knowledgeable enough to help somebody else awaken their own understandings and skills?
So are you Priya G?
Yeah. Which is like, I'm like, are you talking to me? It's a very humbling position.
The example I'm thinking of comes from perhaps an unusual place, which was a research course that I took as a graduate student in my counseling psychology program. And it was a course, it was Research 2, we had like a research series, and this course was focused on how we can set ourselves up well for our dissertation and getting some good consultation and feedback from our professor and our classmates and everything. But another piece of this course was that our instructor wanted to teach us a fairly new and exciting research method. And she thought the best way to teach us the method would be actually doing the method and using it. So we engaged in a collective autoethnography together. And the group was my cohort. I think we've been hearing about this, the power of a cohort, that you're moving through a rigorous training program together. But here we were in this group of 5 people, along with our instructor, who also happened to be my advisor, who, is in her 70s, has been in the field for, 40, 50 years. And we were specifically engaging around the topic of authenticity. And so we were conducting this autoethnography where essentially it involved each of us reflecting deeply, individually, on our own experiences of authenticity, messages we received around authenticity in our families and our communities, what it means to be a graduate student who holds multiple roles as therapist, researcher, teacher, student, and what it means to show up in an authentic way when you're getting mixed messages around being authentic. And so we were journaling about our own experiences of this, but then coming into the group with our cohort and with our teacher, who was also going through that experience of doing her own journaling, and then sharing together in a way. And that required a lot of setup in terms of talking about the power differentials and disclosures and consent and confidentiality, and what does it mean to be in this group of people and to be sharing these types of experiences. But it was incredibly powerful to move through the course of that semester with that group, with that cohort, who I'm still very much in touch with, and just really appreciate those relationships, both in terms of the collegial aspects and the friend aspects, and to do this deep self-reflection and awareness, and then bring it into the group and reflect together.
Wow. Okay, so it's interesting. So if our first set of questions calls us to look with intentionality at our lives and to see where, all flying under the flag of easier said than done, but to look to our lives and look for people with whom we might connect in this way around wisdom, vulnerability, and aliveness. What I'm hearing now is, especially for those who are still in training, early career, but for all of us, look to our close, resonant professional connections and be intentional again. I can't tell you how many times, including today, I've heard from Danielson fellows who say, well, I'm still doing peer supervision with so-and-so who lives in Chicago or who's in California. Because Zoom's the real deal now. I mean, it's not in person, but it makes things possible. But what it requires is to be thinking about it ahead of time, like you were saying, Eric, where you can get a sense of who would be good to stay connected with, because there's a kind of relational glue there to start with, and then to try and stay with the process. So that's another possible way into accessing these ingredients. All right, I know we got about 8 minutes before we take some questions. So now let's go and see if we can get some examples about group leadership in a professional setting. What facilitates, what sprinkles in the right stuff for there to be this protective, hospitable, alive experience of being together in a group, because it can go wrong. I mean, groups can be the poop in the punch bowl just as easily as they can be spicy ingredients. So we have to be thinking, that not just like it's going to be easy to do, but what are some, from a group leadership perspective, brings the possibility of this aliveness.
I can share for me that it has been a commitment to truth-telling in the group. And what I mean by that is the risking of saying the hard thing. That, in my experience, when groups have felt like they've had to kind of tiptoe around, right, avoid the conflict, try and keep the peace, it gets to the point where I've been in groups like that where it's like we are spending more time lying to ourselves about how we're actually doing. And then what's the point, right? And I've been in groups that have then had the foresight to, kind of look at that and say, we need to do something different. But I think for me, when I've facilitated clergy groups and things like that, it's been a commitment to say, I, as a facilitator, will do my best to keep the space as safe as possible. And part of that is that we work to tell the truth, even if it's hard. And it might cause some prickliness, but that authenticity, that realness, is really the thing that kind of keeps things sustained, right? You can be nice and conflict avoidant, but eventually that's going to feel pretty stale. It's going to feel pretty shallow. It's the transition into, I think, depth when you can look somebody in the face and say, I have to say the hard thing, but it's precisely because I care about this relationship, and I'm willing to, kind of risk, because I think we can go even deeper. That I think, I've seen the beauty really kind of come out.
Mm-hmm. Too big a question to answer, but coming in from our virtual crew.
Yeah.
Any suggestions about handling those times where there's a bump or a conflict or a hard thing that needs to say, either from a leadership perspective or a participating perspective?
I'll give it a quick shot, but then anybody else too.
Yeah, let's do. All we got time for is a quick shot.
Yeah.
So,
I think for me, it's actually being preemptive before the bumps happen in how you set up the conversation to say, I anticipate, right, that at some point in our time together, we're going to step on each other's toes. Can we commit to entering into that? So I think it's just as much about the setup even. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of going around it, but I think the setup is so important, so vital to doing that, because it will happen. So, but yeah, I'm curious what others think.
I think so much of that is really using those here and now moments to step in to the conversation so that you're not just talking about, but that you're actually doing. I think the element of aliveness is about being real. And you mentioned truth-telling, Jonathan. I think being honest and stepping into the moment right here, right now. You feel the temperature rises by 10 degrees. It's this high stakes moment, but that's what it's all about in my mind when it comes to groups, when it comes to these ideas of aliveness and authenticity and vulnerability. So really slowing down the process and saying, what is it like for you to share that with us right now? Or how did it feel when he said that? I'm thinking about a CHRYSALIS group I was running with mental health professionals when one member was sharing deeply about her experience of adopting 2 children and what she went through, that process of even thinking about, does she want to go through with this, and what was it like to go through all the steps and how it's been to raise the children. And someone else in the group had mentioned a few groups before that her child was taken from her. She was fostering a child and the child was taken from her. And that's a moment where, it could have easily, we could have just sort of ignored that there was potentially this tension or this connection between these 2 members in different ways. Could have gone more deeply into, the first person's storytelling about her adoption or asking other people what's coming up for you as you're hearing this. But it's like, wait, this is an opportunity. Let's go there. You need a safe space You need people who are willing to hold up the containment of that, but to really go into those moments, to take those opportunities and those risks, I think is critical and really meaningful.
So we're starting to go down the direction of this next question anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it out and see if we can just keep rolling. So I'm really taken by the potential of group spaces to help us process, attend to formation, and move toward flourishing. How might the context/focus be differentiated, like in this instance, from peer consultation or personal therapy?
Yeah, and this is what I'm thinking. I've certainly sat in groups of professionals where they were being so nice that it didn't feel alive, didn't feel real. But I think the truth-telling often needs to begin with me telling the truth about how I really am. And what I've experienced leading groups of professionals, my experience with CHRYSALIS was more so clergy, was that it was so hard for them to be vulnerable, right? For them to take off the collar, per se. I was just struck by the title. I hadn't thought about this until the beginning of this panel, but we have wisdom, vulnerability, aliveness. And I've been in groups that got stuck at the beginning because everyone was just showcasing their wisdom, right? They had these sayings, because we're all readers, you know, and who quotes the best, you know, who has the best quotes. But when groups came alive, and they all did eventually, they all got there. But it was actually the vulnerability. If you had to mark that moment, it was the truth-telling about who I really am and how I'm really doing. It was the vulnerability, and then these other helping professionals, those who were wise enough, they could apply wisdom well and empathically. They could bear witness to in that moment. And what that did, the vulnerability first, allowed for when there was time for confrontation, if the group had already shown vulnerability, people were able to hear that better, right? Than if people were just, let me tell you what you, because that actually would happen sometimes, right? People, you know, I'm being quote unquote prophetic, okay, right? But when you have a group where people are actually willing to be vulnerable, the aliveness will come. And I appreciate the question, what differentiates this from consultation or therapy? Yeah, those are, I want to put it on a Venn diagram and say sometimes it does feel a little bit, you know, like it, right? Things can get a little messy, but I think we've experienced some good results in the groups that we've led.
I bring one more Sanskrit word. I mentioned before, satsang, and which is, sat means truth. It is coming together in the sangha, a group of truth seekers. And essentially that's what we all want, to be able to reveal ourselves, our true nature, to let go of the ego, the identifications we take on, but just to be your true self. And when we come together in these gathering spaces, it is to reflect, you know, on things that we're reading together and then be able to be our true selves. And one situation was such, we were reading from the scriptures. This is in the university setting. As a Hindu chaplain, I'm gathering these students in a satsang. And from our scriptures, a story about, you know, who am I? And if you go around and ask anybody, who are you? And you might start with your name, you might start with your profession, you might start with, you know, your racial background or your gender background. So they were just sharing, who am I? Are you beyond this physical body? Are you the mind that's working and presenting this body? Or who are you, was the question. And it was only at that one time one student identified as a they, them, which was pretty shocking in this setting because in Hindu community, Indian culture, it's very hard to portray, you know, who you are. But knowing that from the scriptures is giving you that opportunity to present yourself, your true authentic self. And once that student opened up, it just became very clear that everybody had that opportunity to share truly what they felt about themselves or who they identified as. And it was just a really great opportunity because often it's exclusive to where they are. They can't be their authentic self. And satsang is that opportunity where the more and more you engage in it, the more and more you feel free and less confined by the social constraints and things like that. So I think that was an opportunity for me when I used to think that this is just talk. It's just going back and forth. There's no real answer here. Everyone's just venting and leaving and coming back and, but it's when it becomes a directed thought process and people are now feeling open to share and kind of reflect on there's something higher telling us that we can be open. We don't have to be constrained by who the society wants us to be.
What strikes me about that, I mean, that's an act of differentiation. Say my pronouns are they, them. And I was struck earlier this morning, Dr. Captari talking about if we have empathy without differentiation, we're likely to fuse, and that ends up being unhealthy. And I'm thinking about if you have a strong sense of calling to your profession, but you don't have differentiation from maybe even that calling from your professional identity, then you are not able to be who you are, even with a group of professionals. Because I do feel as if that is probably one of the biggest hindrances. And when I've seen, when I've been in groups, I talked about being in groups as a clinician, but when I was a pastor, I remember trying to form groups. And sometimes those groups didn't make because people were not willing to really just be who they are. Versus, and I don't think they were trying to be inauthentic. I just don't think they knew how to be any other way. And I understood that when I was a pastor. There was a couple that I'm still very close to this day, and I hope they're not watching this right now. But they were PKs, right? And I'm a PK. What I'm getting ready to say is not bad. But you leaned in that moment. No, but they're PKs. I was PKs. They got it. They got the work. And I would go over. They had an open door policy. Young, single. Have dinner anytime. We were friends. And I'd go out with them and their kids once to a fair, right? And the husband was in graduate school at the time. And one of his friends comes up and says, "Hey, how you doing?" And he introduces me to his friend as his pastor. And I'm thinking, man, we have spent over 100 hours together, just hanging out, right? But it was a reminder, I am always to everyone else, a pastor. So I get when you walk around with that, even when you get in a group with other clergy, you have a tendency to continue to wear the collar. But that's not going to create the restorative. That's not going to help cultivate a restorative place if you're not able to take that off. Yeah.
What do you got, Judy?
Yeah, I was going to say it's different with the mental health professionals that we work with. So I think people embody that identity, that professional identity in different ways. But there's something about, with the mental health professionals, and maybe there's some overlap here, coming into the space of CHRYSALIS, feeling like they have to be this exemplar. They have to be the perfect therapist. We say during our screening meetings, and even in the first CHRYSALIS group, we invite you to show up as a whole person, not just as a professional. And I think what's important there is we're not necessarily asking them to not be a therapist in this space. That's just not possible. They are a therapist. But be a therapist and also be a mother, because you are, right? Be a therapist and also be a friend. Be a therapist and be yourself in all the ways that you exist in this world. It's a tall task. It's a massive invitation or call that we're sort of inviting them into, and they really struggle with it. They really, really struggle with it.
So would it be fair to say that with a chrysalis group, but we're talking about ingredients now, so this isn't just chrysalis, the invitation needs to be there to show up as a whole person, not to leave your therapist or your clergy or your chaplaincy out the door. Come in with that, but you're invited to bring all of you. But then people get a choice about what to bring in, though what we might say is the more people end up bringing in an authentic, vulnerable way, the more the group seems to benefit them and others. So it's always an optional situation. It's not like bring in all of you, period. It's you are invited to bring in all of you, and then you can choose what's personal, what's private. But what we find is the more personal that enters the room in a vulnerable way, the more it seems to be protective for that person and others, and the more it seems to invite and promote flourishing. Fair?
I think that's well said. I'm so thankful because I was hitting that pretty hard. Take off the collar, take off the collar. It is a part of their identity, right? And the reality is a lot of the more healing moments is when one member is being vulnerable, then another member who has already metabolized these skills, right? I mean, it really is a part of who they are. They're able to show up with that either pastoral wisdom, right? Or be a therapeutic presence just for that moment, right? That's incredibly healing, you know? It's a beautiful, beautiful thing to both witness as a leader, but also experience as a member.
Yeah, I think it's when those identities can be fully seen together, right? Integrated together, where it's not, you have to take off the collar. Because so much of the collar, the license, the title is part of the work. And the work shapes us, right? A lot of what we've been saying today, right, is how the work has shaped, sometimes wounds us, sometimes exhausts us. All the conversations about boundaries, talking about the implications in our family systems. So I think, you know, to really be authentic is to say, I'm coming in not as the professional to do the professional thing, but I'm coming in as, I forget, right, who's used this term, right, like as the wounded healer, right, coming in where those two parts, my professional and personal life, are completely integrated. And to have spaces that welcome that fully, I think is so vitally important, because you're right, we can't strip those parts off so easily. I think about, you know, for clergy, the idea in several Christian traditions, right, of ordination, right, it is, you know, it's put on you by others, right? It's not even something that you can take off yourself. You need, in my tradition, right, you need to be released from that by other people, right? I can't take off my ordination on my own. I need to do that in community with other people. And so I need to go to spaces that honor that, that part of who I am, so.
Great. All right, lightning round. Could you help us think through some creative ways to access this group space when helpers are living in rural areas or more isolated, i.e. strengths, weaknesses of in-person versus virtual connection opportunities?
I've never been a part of this that was in person.
There you go. Okay.
Let me take that back. There was one clergy group we used to meet once a month, and we drove, actually, I mean, we drove on average about an hour and a half once a month. But it was that important to us. But that was just that one experience. All the other groups have been virtual.
I think the virtual world has allowed us so many more opportunities than we had before, and is more important than ever in terms of accessibility and access, especially in rural areas or for people with different types of abilities and all of those things. And yet, there is something so special about physically sitting in a room with other people. I think, we see that in and of itself right here in this conference. It's a hybrid conference, but there are people in this room with us. We're sitting on the stage with a panel of people, and we have other people in the room at these tables, and I can feel the energy of the people here, and I see your facial expressions, and I'm getting feedback from you, and I feel your embodied presence, and I just can't get it in quite the same way in a virtual space.
Great. Okay. This is going to be really tight, but I want to honor the question. Resonating with these examples, curious about relational spaces focused on talking processing versus shared activity ritual. What each might bring, can they both happen together?
I believe they can both happen together. I think it's a vital ingredient to coming together. There's certain rituals that really resonate with people, like just to be able to sit and watch, an activity happening. I try to create my home as a space for my neighbors, because there's a time, we have so many different things going on, but just, is there once a month where we can come together and we'll do like a mandala or something that just kind of brings people together, and whether it's an activity or food, or usually food is what brings people together, but rituals are really beautiful as a being present in the moment. Let's do something here and now, and then leave it, and then you can head back out. But that opportunity to come together, and if we can create our own home spaces, open it up. But we're a little bit reserved in how, is our home clean enough? Is it inviting enough? Is it big enough? Is it not, just let go of what the expectations of others are, and just be open and give your space that openness to receive.
Okay. It has been a deep privilege to sit with the four of you and have this conversation. We're going to go ahead and finish up this final segment and invite Dr. Sandage up for closing remarks.
Thank you all for that wonderful, rich conversation. And thank you all for being with us today. I'm so encouraged by those of you who've been able to join online, and we've had a great group here in person in Boston. We've had the opportunity to hear from such a variety of voices across disciplines and traditions and vocations, so I'm grateful for all of that. Let me mention a couple of housekeeping things, and then let me just highlight in a couple of minutes some of the themes from today to speak to that and honor what we've been engaging. So for those of you who are looking for continuing education, at the end of the conference, you'll receive an email with a quiz covering the key aspects discussed. Make sure that you complete that before Monday, November 11th, and you'll need to score 75% or higher. We've tried to make that readily achievable, so wishing you well with that. You'll also receive via email at the end of the day a CE evaluation form, and please fill that out by that same date, November 11th. We definitely value your feedback. We review feedback from these conferences before we do the next one and are eager to learn what will be most helpful. If you didn't register for CEs today, but you're still interested in doing so, you can call the office on Monday about that. So let me just touch on a few of the themes from the day, and I'm sure someone else would summarize this differently, but I do want to name some of these key recurring themes as I've heard them coming back up. The first is that as our exposure to human suffering and human challenges across these disciplines has its effects. It has its effects. It has a variety of effects. It can bring us into deeper suffering ourselves. It can be traumatizing. It can be moving towards growth. But our exposure to suffering does need to be metabolized. It needs to be attended to in some way. These challenges are both different and similar across our vocational groups of clergy, chaplains, and therapists. There are uniquenesses to these callings, to these vocations, and there's also some shared dilemmas or challenges. I think we hear that across some of the spiritual and cultural traditions we've heard engaged today. And I continue to believe that spaces like this, where we can bring our challenges into conversation across these disciplines and traditions, can be greatly enriching rather than to be segregated within our disciplines. Third, burnout and flourishing involve multiple dynamics: spiritual and existential dynamics, relational dynamics, systemic dynamics. And dynamics, in particular today, I think we've heard of both pain and growth. That there's opportunities for growth, there's inevitability of pain. And really, I was reflecting on the way spiritual and cultural traditions, as I understand them throughout time and around the world, have always held wisdom about these dynamics, have always held wisdom about our need to come together in communities. The word formation is not always used, but that sense that we need communities that attend to the internal impact, the relational impact, that help us somehow engage the pain towards growth. There's just been tremendous wisdom throughout history about that. And I think we need to return to that. These dynamics are also individual and organizational. We have talked about the individual dilemmas we face, those of us in these fields, the choices, the opportunities, but we've also tried to highlight the wider organizational implications, community implications of these issues, and invite reflection on what will help with that beyond self-care. I've also been struck by some of the things that I think we've named that we really need to move forward in this area to cultivate flourishing among helping professionals and prevent burnouts. We need leaders who will engage these issues. We as practitioners need to engage them, but we need leadership of organizations, of denominations, of large healthcare agencies, of chaplaincy groups. We need leaders who will engage these issues, the questions, the dilemmas, the risk-taking to try new things. Secondly, we need more research. I, again, as a researcher, of course, hear that. We need research, though, not just documenting the problems. We need research that helps us understand best practices, intervention strategies, particularly with attention to unique, diverse experiences and contexts. We need more work on that. We need relational spaces. We've talked about that a lot. We need to find ways to create relational spaces that are authentic, where there can be vulnerability, where there can be exposure to diversity, where there can be opportunities to engage each of the levels of these dynamics. We've talked some about our CHRYSALIS program at the Danielson Institute. That's just one effort that way. We're very fortunate to have financial support from the Peale Foundation to be trying a program that hasn't really been tried before, and to have the opportunity to test that for effectiveness. And we'll continue to open up that CHRYSALIS formation program with both individual and group formats on a quarterly basis. So if you're interested in that possibility, please check it out. We're glad to communicate about that and see if it would be a fit. We need networking. We set that out as a goal for today. I'm, again, encouraged by what I see, not just today, but in the circles I travel. I get a lot of exposure to these difficult stories, some of which we've shared today, the pain, the isolation, the challenges. But I have to say I'm quite encouraged by what I also see in the landscape of folks that are concerned about these issues and wanting to do something among religious leaders, among mental health training professions, among chaplaincy groups. There really is, I think, an emerging reason for hopefulness that if we can create networks where we can have conversations like this, where we can pool our insights, we can consider how to gather resources, I think that there really is reason to be hopeful that we can make great progress with this. And finally, I'd say if you've been listening today and you have come to some insight about yourself and your dilemmas here, some new idea, some question, I hope that you'll hold on to that. I hope you'll document it in some way. I hope you'll talk to somebody about it. I hope you'll grab hold of that, because I think when we do have these opportunities to reflect on these issues, there may come some stray thought, intention, longing that we do need to hold on to, and we may not know quite where to take it at this point, but to trust that we can maybe find something constructive to do with that. So thank you again, those of you in person and those of you online, and wish you well. Thank you for being with us. Take good care.